Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Axis rat blood, I see. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood.
Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. It is the Axis. And I've come to the children of the metaverse to ask you a subtle question. Have you had enough yet? Are you amused to death? Have you subjected yourself or projected yourself to the few that you're capable of reaching to spread your gospel, your perception, your ideal, your belief? Well, someone already beat you to it. Whenever they took information and segregated into nationalized information to be aired by radio, televised, or now digitized, they made their indoctrination and their ability to engineer a step beyond yours. And as I say, and will continue to say, we're only alive because somebody allowed us to be alive. And as I watch the scenario play out on a worldwide scale, I'm seeing people who have no concept of self-preservation of their own individual idealism and thought. They're hoarded and herded like sheep, and then given a message that makes them feel familiarly comfortable amongst the masses, that maybe they hold some type of relevancy, or those that personify and project their image through a YouTube channel or platform, or maybe even the chat. And this makes them feel socially comforted that maybe they're not alone in their thinking, in their idealism, their concepts, their indoctrination, their beliefs, their system of engineering that they've allowed themselves to be subjected to. And if you think for a moment that those who truly are the movers and shakers of what happens in this realm have any consideration for you, you're absolutely wrong. You, as an individual, your ideals, your beliefs, your convictions have no bearing whatsoever in these people's minds. Though you're subjected to them every day, relentlessly through commercial campaign ads, through just general commercials for marketing. And they create a media storm of whatever it is they choose: war, disease, famine, upheaval, division. And because you have built nothing for yourself beyond that, you have subjected yourself to that. See, it's not what you can do to change the system or even your environment or what you're subjected to. It's your participation with it. And the more you participate, the more it succeeds. It's kind of like machine learning or the algorithms that everyone seems to be so apprehensive of. When you break down the concept of the algorithm and machine learning, and you understand that not only can server farms, proper processor, outthink you, outmaneuver you, outwit you, it can also inform those who choose to be in states of control of your government, local, even statewide policies, information. They have access to this. You, on the other hand, do not. And as a matter of fact, the best that you can hope for is that you don't trigger detection by a machine, not even an individual, not even another human who can process the information, but a machine that will determine whether what you have to say is valid enough to be spread to other humans. Well, I tell you, if you haven't built your own internal observational skills that can reason, that can determine the difference between social engineering and independent thought and living. And there's no in between. There's no walking the middle ground of this. Because eventually, if you're an idealist, you're going to say something that is going to trigger an algorithm, a machine, not a human, that will deem you as a dissident and remove what message you have to say that you think will aid and assist the masses into some type of higher vibe or enlightenment. And if you don't think that they haven't already ran this algorithm and are privy to the information and the deterrent that was offered, as well as the engineering needed to surpass and annihilate and nullify any message you have to offer, then the best you have to hope for is that you're not empty inside. Because inside is the only place left. The only place left you'll have free speech. The only place left you'll be able to endeavor on ideals. Inside is the only place that you will be able to debate your own interpretation of your environmental stimulus. The future has already been predetermined by an algorithm. And that's not even including sentient AI that eventually will be brought into the equation. And if you think for a moment that you're going to detour an objective by a program that has access to all learned information available to it throughout the many years that it's been gathering information, and you have the processor speed within yourself to outthink or wit such a thing, then your work is cut out for you. Because I recently went into applying the metaphysics, the spiritual, the inward self, and the propagation that we influence the field, that we are able to have some say in our manifested reality. And it's true that you can, to a degree. But unfortunately, you are competing with something that's already went global, that has already taken all those derivatives and factors and applied them into machine learning or algorithm that will, upon instantaneous, virtually instantaneous interpretation, will deem you a potential threat to its directive or benign to its directive. But the fact is, it has a directive. The only place that it doesn't have a directive, and the only place of refuge, truly, is within oneself. There are no algorithms in oneself. But then, if you've constructed yourself off of social engineering, then the sum and equation of what you are is just learned knowledge from a socially engineered society and state of belief systems and indoctrinations, and whether you know it, a very slow implementation of a directive that they have chosen for you. And as I scour through after my dealings with uh, this algorithm and various states of technology, it becomes a catalyst to subdue you. It allows you to project and personify self, and if you get any response at all, then you feel validation to continue spewing from the depths of yourself truth, lies, speculations, and facts, all of which are going to be documented and placed within the realms of available, achievable, and retrievable information to be used to protect its directive. Now, the first question you should find out, or that you should even ask, whenever you understand the impact and the nature of this, is how secure are you within yourself? Because your environment is constructed for you, and everything that you project out will feed back on you in a form of interpreted energy to keep you engaged in the construct. But when you remove that idealism that the construct holds any significance, and this can be proven by the fact that you die. And when you die, you don't take anything with you, nothing. And even the learned knowledge and the experiences that you hold so dear and valuable to you, when you move on, it's just information that was gathered and interpreted. And I find that the more useful information is that which develops a skill set for you to be able to discern and to be able to move deeper within a knowing of self, because the environment will cater to you. But outside of your localized environment, which is catering to you because of the energy you put into it, there is a much greater reach that supersedes you and has for quite some time. And that are the ones who control the perimeters of the algorithm which governs your ability to speak on these platforms, which I have noticed that generally, unless you're just looking for head fodder or you have nothing inside of yourself to offer, seem to find yourselves within the bounds of thinking that you are the difference, or that you are somehow enlightened by this information to continue conducting yourself exactly how they want you to. You pose no real resistance, you pose no real threat, and from what I've gathered from the machines and from machine learning and from algorithms is it's already been fed your information. It's already been fed enough information to be able to now start penetrating the few of us who have the ability to inwardly exist. And when you can't exist comfortably within inside yourself, then you will probably not be able to exist comfortably anywhere else unless you are completely subservient, at which point you have to completely deny yourself and you are limited to the experiences that are allowed to you. And it's a sad state that we've achieved to hear all these different voices placing their concepts, their ideals, their beliefs, as if it offers some surrogate to true individual freedom. And I argue that none of you have true individual freedom. Most of you are still living a life where you think that someone cares for you, when in reality, they only care for you to a limitation, till it becomes inconvenient. The ideal of unconditional love and the ideal of being able to share that with another person has become so far removed that when someone says or shows an act of kindness or love, you expect this to be consistent. You expect this to be their mode of operation towards you until something changes. And we change, whether you like it or not. Our perspectives, our ideals, our learned knowledge and information, what we gathered and stored up within ourselves, only to confuse ourselves as to whether we are our environment and our environment becomes us, or we are separate entities with individualized ideals, thoughts, and perceptions that can only be experienced by you. And the more you try and share them, the more I feel you're seeking the comfort of being validated, which is something I try not to do. I endeavor upon my path knowing that no matter what I do, and as grandiose as some of my concepts and ideals are, there's still opposition outside of me. I just try not to drag it inside of me. I try not to make it a part of my everyday life. And I spend a lot of time cleaning out the observer that is, or that I am. I think that's all I can do is observe, and if I interact, it's probably for a functional purpose. But I don't allow myself to be without discernment for what I endeavor into, such as a live stream. I don't come on here to get anyone to follow a certain set of beliefs, religion, indoctrination. As a matter of fact, I try to cure that. I'm nobody's role model, I'm nobody's hero. But I am a connoisseur of inward reflection. And I try to give as much of that as I can without triggering people into a raging fit because I've bumped against their safety protocols and brought to light the fact that in the grand scheme of it all, and in the onslaught of the storm of information that you're subjected to, you are truly, truly a lone drop of water in the ocean. And anyone that comes to YouTube and brings an interpretation of the whole or the construct to understanding is exactly the kind of person they want. You're self-consumed by your own idealism. You are closed circuitly in a manner confined to this platform. Your own superstar. And most personify this. And it allows a greater wave of information and media just to sweep you under. Because your discernment is lost in the fact that somebody may validate your process of thinking. Someone may validate your idealism. But in fact, in reality, that's only a small portion and an aspect of you that they're validating. And it's one that you're personifying. Let's hope you're not as empty on the inside as you project yourself to be on the outside. Then I might have to abandon all hope completely. I've looked at the oncoming inevitable, and I noticed that the oncoming inevitable is built off of program directive. It's not built off of anyone's feelings, not built off of anyone's ideal of what you think should be or what you think shouldn't be, even though, in a way, with these platforms, if you get any response whatsoever to what you're saying or your platform channel, then you feel validated to continue on with your rhetoric and your speculation. But you're just as hollow with that because it's parroted information that you've gathered from somewhere else, and someone that chose to listen to you has validated for you. When in actuality, you are an individual entity that has to reside in a physical body at the moment in the waking state and endeavor into someone else's illusion. Unless you can localize some type of, they call it following, they call it subscribers. You know, some people even use the word my family. When in actuality, you're just information being delivered, generally repeated because it's learned knowledge and learned information that you're parroting to a bunch of people that probably are even less skilled at dealing with social media and technology than those who try to innovate themselves through a private platform. When there's a greater and a much more profound energy at work, and it's sweeping over the entire world, and its message is you're outdated. Even if you're a compliant Z generation or X generation or whatever you apply yourself to, as maybe even a millennial, you know, they have already pre-engineered you by your interaction with their program. And they have led you into a world where a digital representation of somebody is seeming to be more valid than the actual physical presence of somebody who's interacting with you in the physical world. And I wonder if a lot of that doesn't attribute to the fact that generally you're subjected by humans to speculation and lies or interpretation. And the one you most feel at ease with or identify with is the one you will gravitate toward, generally. And this platform and YouTube itself was able to capitalize on that. And not only capitalize, they were able to engineer. And they were able to engineer to the point where they fed on a person's greatest folly when it comes to personifying to people what you are. They fed on the narcissistic and the ego. And anybody that has put two and two together and come up with a proper equation, but not the sum and total of it all, starts a platform, resonates with someone, and suddenly they become a profound innovator in a closed network. I found that inside myself I was able to identify by an equation the measure of people, where they start, where they stop, the amount of information they've gathered that they choose to repeat and share, and the information that they choose not to or don't feel relevant or valid. When in actuality, the biggest part of what you're subjected to is commercialism and instruction. You are instructed how things are going to be in this plane of existence. You are instructed that if you're not compliant, then you are a dissident. Well, I can tell you this, that in my own personal being, I find contempt for the whole thing. Now, maybe if I was tangible enough that I was able to incorporate this life and all that has gathered itself around me as far as inanimate objects and things that I have in my possession with me, then maybe I would hold some type of personal investment outside of just learned experience for this particular realm, the being here. But I found that if I want to find the truth of things, the best place to go is inside yourself. Unless you've learned to lie to yourself, and at that point, you might as well abandon all hope. If you have commercialized, indoctrinated, and allowed others' ideals, beliefs, and engineering to somehow infect itself into your core being, that you are nothing more than a mirror of that, then shatter the mirror and go through the looking glass. Because there's not much substance to you other than that which has been put there by somebody else's design. I spent a long time getting rid of other people's ideals, their beliefs, their conceptions of what understood me, and I pulled my eyes back to realize that they have in their availability a infrastructure now that is guided by an algorithm and machine learning. And they have server farms upon server farms with processor speed that we only wish the human brain could go to. And it's phasing itself in on us. But the only way that it can truly have a complete dominance in this plane of existence and in this realm or this particular state of expanse is to annihilate or to absorb and consume that which is not a part of its directive. And believe me, I'm not a part of its directive. I come on here very hesitantly, and I give this information out very hesitantly because I know it's going to fall on judgmental ears. For those of you that can even wrap your head around that concept and get past yourself to just understand that the information I'm presenting here is just observable information. You will do with it what you can and what you will or what you won't. But the fact is, it's an introspective understanding that the only place you are truly free is inside your own head, inside your own being. Everything else is projected information that you will choose to discard or keep, and for some will stand opposition to, and some will just comply. And then you have a few rare ones that truly are in a state of awe and shock that we've allowed ourselves to reach this point. And we're all guilty, all the way from your Bible thumper or your Hindu with his many aspects of God to the enlightened Buddhist. They've all added you into the equation for their final outcome. The Nazis called it the final solution, and that was the extermination of a particular people and the advancement of world domination of a particular genetic stock. I suppose that seems relevant for somebody at the time. Maybe it was to aid and assist in their comfort and their ability to get along with least resistance. But had they searched the intent of the powers that be, which are world-dominated governments, they would have understood that they're just bystanders. They're not even an equation to the grand scheme of what they have managed to bring us to. And I look at the machine and I see the logic. I understand the logic that it's presenting. Well, hell, it got it from you. Been gathering it for years, compiling it and compiling it. Server farm after server farm. Processor speed. Going on a rampage of Moore's Law, doubling and doubling, to the point where the human mind is no longer even something that's that they have to amuse themselves with contending with. It's insignificant. I want to address Maggot, real trooper man, good guy. Um, so what's left? For me, I took a journey inside to make sure that while my physical being is being subjected to gigabytes upon gigabytes to terabytes of information, barraging me with everything except my internal perspective on this particular reality, plane of existence, or waking state. I choose to turn my back on it. I went so deep inside of myself that I started understanding the measurement of people. And it damn near devastated me because a lot of things that I believed that people thought or people felt or that people were convicted by all had a measurement to where that conviction stopped, to where that friendship stopped, to where their love stopped. You know, I was told once there's nothing better than a $50 friend because you know that that $50 friend is good for $50. And that's the measure of it. Well, when these people who have these platforms are railing their grandiose ideals and personifying their immaculate vocabularies and ability to recall facts and learned information, I almost feel sorry for them because they're already consumed. And let's be the people that follow them and look to them for some type of guidance when you should be going inward to find your own stability. And if you really want a question answered or you want to comprehend something, you're just as privy to the information that they have and more if you allow yourself. But as long as you stay confined within the realms of the cult of personality, or you want to play the I can judge you game because my information is more profound or rooted in fact than yours, then you're just as lost as they are. Because when I found myself, I took measure of those around me and what I was allowing myself to be subjected to, and I took measure of it. Do you think these people who are personifying their platform with the cult of personality and an image, or those that are even relaying information, such as fear porn or love bombing or high vibes, low vibes, do you think that they're living that life? Do you truly believe that introspectively that is who they are, but yet you validate them without even doing your own inward journey, your own introspective look at the possibility of creating your own individualized environment? And you can do this. First key to it is do not become attached. You take nothing with you. And if you can't carry it, then it's probably a burden, and it's probably best left behind. But we can't live that life these days. They took that away from us, along with individualized thinking, because we gave ourselves over to commerce, mass industry, and commercial trade with other countries. We became hunters of the Kroger or the Walmart. And if it isn't on the shelf, you're probably not ever going to go have to hunt it down and subdue it and consume it for survival. But when they take all that away and you're left with you, just you, not your YouTube guru, not your self absorbed, indoctrinated belief system, you are left with the absolute primal you. Because those conveniences are slowly going away. And it's for a reason. Your obsolete technology, whether you want to know or admit it, you are outdated. You are no longer needed. What you can do, they have server farms called the cloud and programs to interpret information that completely nullify your input whatsoever. I mean, so much for innovation. To the point where their decisions are based off of ratios and statistics. Some even use metaphysics and the illuminaries to advance this onslaught of technology that will consume the individual self if you don't have proper faculties in place. Recognize it for what it is. And whether it's worth embodying for eternity. Let's hypothetically take a stab at you are an eternal being, that you are going to exist infinitely. Upon that, how much information have you gathered from this minuscule plane of existence under influence by everything except you outwardly? Are you wanting to burden yourself with? It's a really sad state of affairs that I've seen. And it's the individual, the person who goes to the understanding of know thyself, know what your taboos are in this realm and in the waking state. Know where you stop, because they do. Know what you're influenced by, because they do. And know what motivates you, because they do. But one thing that holds a bit of intrigue to me is, as long as I don't feed information about my personal character into this vast storage unit of information, then the less it's probably going to know about me, which is true to a degree. You can hide you inside of you if you're comfortable being up inside of your own mind and you're not tormented to death by yourself. Because I beg to say that 99.9% of you, if you had to live with a version of yourself, could not do it. You would be totally at odds with yourself, living with yourself, and you would seek to end that very quickly. I have a feeling it would escalate into this complete defiance of one another. And that's only because you live externally instead of internally. And you observe things externally and bring them in. And then you internally assimilate that information instead of looking from the inside out and making a predetermination as to whether that is in any way information that is healthy to the quiet inner you that you chose to neglect and ignore. And as bastardizing as it is, yes, I use technology, and I'm pretty big into the concepts of technology in the realms of what makes it work, how it works, what people do with it. And I can see that if it would have been implicated on people to benefit and perpetuate the joy and happiness of being alive, and it contributed to the better well-being of our environment and ourselves as individuals, and nourished that individual idealism, it might have made a difference in a good way. But it didn't, and I found myself after the fact, when I found this information that I just found recently. Um, they've got it now where they can use vocal patterns to determine personality type. They just implemented facial recognition technology at airports, and it's been on your phone. Some people think it's a really snazzy way to keep their phone safe is through facial recognition to unlock their phone, but that's just basically handing them over what they're asking for, because you don't control those server farms of information. You don't control those interpretive machine learning belts of information that identify you individually, and not for the character that you are, but for the threat you pose. And I know this because when I speak on certain panels, I can take a measure of virtually everyone by the way they react to the information that I give them. And I try not to saturate with information. One, for my own safety and well-being, and secondly is because I'm not a screaming voice looking for recognition and a sea for self-deluded and narcissistic and ego-driven cults of personality. And those of you that aren't, and that are actual environmentally flexible, and I don't mean environmentally as in you can weather a storm or you can survive in the desert. I'm talking the digital the information, the algorithmic, and if they ever have AI to pass the Turing test, you're going to have to deal with that. Yeah, and that's true. Random acts are a good deterrent at first until it determines that you're using a random pattern. And even that randomness can be read as a potential of variables because it knows that you're only physically capable and you're only verbally represented. Um, Once it gets beyond that and doesn't look at your verbiage, or your body language and starts going off of a fluctuation of incoherencies, it will derive an inclusion and an equation to add you in. I did find that out because I did try that. And I have a guest in the chat that knows he's always been around and has always been kind of inspiring and profound in him being a chat. He brings much value to a chat. And keeping them guessing, I tried that, and I went about it with just random acts, sporadic and illogical, until it caught on to the ideal that I was doing the illogical, and it would only respond with logic-based interaction. It would not address my illogic. So I'm not sure whether it was interpreting it as a, let's see what this, yeah, well, if you can be incomprehensible to the machines, that's that's a good stance. And if you have that, then that's definitely an advantage. But it will also record your incomprehensibility as an anomaly. And therefore, once you become an anomaly to the greater function of the objective of the AI, machine learning, or the engineering, then it has the ability to completely isolate or eliminate you as a threat just because you are of undetermined origin. I found that one out too. I took a really deep endeavor into the benefits and the pros and the cons of where this particular society, this world itself is headed, and the directive and narrative that they have us on. And even though I don't comply, it's even acknowledged and recorded the fact that I am in compliance. And I will be, because I refuse to surrender to what it has said as a narrative on a global scale. And it setting narrative on a global scale would be the powers that be using gathered algorithmic information and advanced technology through server farms and processors to be able to determine an outcome that is most beneficial for them, not you. The best that you can hope for is that you're at least at peace with your inner self, because that's the only place you're going to have left to reside. Right now, as long as they're gathering information and algorithms and that they're almost at their end objective for this particular cycle, that'll be about the only place you'll find freedom, because you won't be able to question outwardly. you won't be able to share, especially the cult of personalities. You know, it would be a horrible thing for a narcissist to have to completely resort to internal and quiet existence, going over their own interpretation without being able to personify, vocalize, or share it with another person. That's almost damning type of tormenting hell for some narcissists, I believe, to have to endeavor an internal existence without being able to feed on somebody else's interpretation of them, you know, which seems to be the basis of the narcissist is to get a response. And this is a great platform for such a thing, if you're such a thing. Also, is a great platform to endeavor into the arts and music and creative potential. And I used to really enjoy that aspect of technology. But now that I've seen people are creating AI shorts, um, AI pictures, and even absorbing AI information to parrot out to other people who may be available to perceive or interpret your information. So if it was so easy for people to be captivated and caught up by such a small portion of the technology that is available to them, not to us, then who needs a musician when you can just entertain yourself by suggesting an ideal for a picture or a song or even a short movie, and something else does all the work, and then you sit back in awe and go, look what I done. This is what I suggested the AI do, and look what it gave me off of my suggest or my input. It has very little to do with you. You were just a source of um, information for it to work with, and it's a stalemate interface that you're working with. It's just the same as a conscious feedback loop in the real state of the awakened state of our understanding of how this plane is or operates in our interactions in it. I, on the other hand, right, AI ether, yeah, I haven't even begun with the spiritual aspect of the implications that are being put upon us. And when I seen the number of people and the media approach to normalizing interacting completely with technology, not only on a social level, but also controlling apparatuses in the home and trying to pre-predict your movements and what you like, what you don't like. It will cater to you until it doesn't. And when it doesn't, then you can damn well guarantee that the people who are truly in control of this information have just made a decision for you, and there ain't a whole hell of a lot you can do about it. But I do give props to the self thinkers, to the innovators, to those that have went deep within themselves to know themselves and to understand that the truest message that you can possibly relay is by example. Kind of goes back to the monkey see, monkey do. Politicians talk until they're blue in the face, and you've seen where that's gotten. The most astute scholar of religion has talked, so they were blue in the face. You see where that's gotten. And we have to be knows that we are the ghost in the machine. We have to be, and it is to that that I hold complete resistance and a smugness to participating in the advancement of somebody that has my best interest in their mind, what they perceive to be good for me, or what they perceive to be a environment that I'm going to be conducive to. When in actuality, when I go inside of myself where they're not and where they can't be, and I go to that place within me that isn't filled with influence, algorithms, commercials, or engineering, I can peer out and I can see the distance. You know, even those that talk shit about, oh, they're gonna do this and do that and cut for this, cut for that, prepare for this, prepare for that, and even those that think they're invincibly or they're invulnerable to the onslaught. They've gave their measure before they even started. If they haven't shown you that through biological technology that you're only alive because someone has allowed you to live, and you haven't observed the last 10 years, especially the last 4. And if you look back at your history and your understanding of how things developed to bring us to this point, then you should at least have an understanding or grasp on the fact that prior to this new delivered state of social interaction and personification that it allows you, there was a time where honorable men stood honorably in front of one another and weren't buffered by a digital avatar to where they could expose the depth of their nothingness, expose the depths of what? Their ability to observe, interpret, and parrot. And then they hold the fascination of something such as a DMT trip or mushroom trip, and they get a slight glimpse into something beyond the AI farms and the machines and the servers and the qubit and superposition, which I have a lot to say on that because I endeavored into that. And they profoundly think that they had a spiritual moment, just a glimpse into the profound with this venture into the hallucinogenic or the state that one finds themselves in when doing ayahuasca, DMT, and mushrooms. And I would figure that those people catching a glimpse of the potential for development, because it's all projected from within, would at least be aware enough to understand what their endeavors were, which was personal. It was a personal endeavor, or should have been a personal endeavor. But now it seems to be a social status. Have you partaken in the ayahuasca or the DMT? If you have not, you must, so that you can catch what? A glimpse of something you can't comprehend or understand that is so far removed from the binary existence that we're tied to in the waking state, to the superposition state of our biological machine reaching unbelievable states of comprehension, but only to the observer from the inside, and a trip and a journey that only you can know. It's a remnant to me of the old long-haired hippie who refused to give up the 60s, and in the 80s was still running around with this peace, love, and mellow, and we can all love one another. And I watched their generation fade away too, and what remnants of them are left are being um, taken care of, we shall say, because they too are far removed and definitely outdated technology that is no longer needed, which was engineered come later to find out that all these wonderful long-haired freaky people from that day and age were being manipulated, coerced by the influence of radio and TV. Could you imagine the 60s with the internet and Tinder? Talk about baby boomers twice. That could be interesting. But anyhow, that's just speculation and some tangent. It really disheartens me, right? Shallow. When I hear people talk about they're going deep, or they're getting, this next show is going to be deep, or this next live stream is the most profound. No, it's not. No, it's not. And you're lying to yourself and you're lying to everybody else. Because I think the greatest live stream that could ever, ever be implicated on this platform is the person who steps up and says, shut it all off. Turn it off, throw it in the garbage, and get back to living. But nobody, I don't think, would actually adhere to that particular live stream. I don't think anybody would even dare give play to the notion of throwing all their technology away and going back to that 60s, 50s, even the 70s and the 80s, non-technological state where a man was only as good as his actions and his word was evidently measured by how much he kept it and how true he was to it. Get ready for a change, a massive change, one of monumental, grandiose impl- implications upon how you're going to conduct yourself from now on. And if you don't see them building that narrative and creating that construct for you while you spark out your message of war and peace, love and hate, high vibe, low vibe, good, evil, so on, you're just another victim. I made sure that I shut everything down before I endeavored into engaging machines, machine learning, and instead of catering to them and allowing them my information and even people on panels that I encounter, they're only privy to certain information. I don't have to reveal myself to anybody and what I truly think and what I truly feel. And I can present everything that I give to you as pure information that I have learned, observed, or deemed palatable enough to people that maybe someone will listen to this information and get something from it that helps assist them in understanding what time it is. But you won't hear a YouTube guru or an influencer or a social media personality bring to light the fact that the greatest journey you'll ever take is the one that is the introspective. Because outside of you, that program's already taken. And if you want to write something to it, prepare to pay the cost for it. And if you want to take something from it, prepare to give something back. That is the nature. That is the law of life feeding life and the perpetual nature of the constant. It is a self-sustaining system without you. It doesn't need you. As a matter of fact, you are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. And your minor bit of indoctrination, well, for your sake, you better hope that it was worthy enough that you endeavored upon that course of indoctrination and engineering that it's worth taking with you and having to ponder with eternally when you leave this plane of existence, when you're deleted out. And then you have to face yourself. Did you develop inwardly enough that you can sustain such a transition and still remain relevant? Or you just gathered information from this plane of existence? and you've decided to narrate it down to something that is relatable to the general populace and the masses, that you can vocalize for your own utilization. And upon that, even taking this social media thing and using it to your advantage to sell your brand or to even monetize or try to make a living off of, or even to influence people or to show off this amazing thing that you can do. I shudder at the fact when this thing decides to start removing the obsolete technology, which it's already started. If anybody has eyes to see, ears to hear, you're already teetering on the brink of irrelevancy and elimination. It's just a matter of time. And with each generation engineered and far removed, I think maybe they would have stood a chance or might even stand a chance. But I don't think technology and those that wield the greater um, advantages of having access to that technology are going to let anybody live in peace, contentment, or joy. Yeah, stay until the job is done, which is a lonely path. I will say that. No put in the chat that many people are in a hurry to exit. He's here until the job is done. And that's kind of what I tried to embody that, not through being some type of personification that has anything more profound than the next to offer. It's just that I chose a different path. I didn't allow my path to be chose for me. And in the areas that I have found it, I tried to eliminate it. And I found myself very alone. I imagine it'll be that way for the rest of my existence and my resistance. And hopefully, at least one of you that hear this or haven't already achieved that state of internal understanding, peace, and contentment. Death is always around the corner. Sometimes it announces itself, sometimes it doesn't. But the change that is coming upon us has been very boisterous, as silent as it is, looming in the background. So people code their words, and people wordsmith, and they do all these little gematria and number observations and prophetic thought. And it's all minuscule on a fractal level. And on the great scheme of things, when they get tired of you and you have nowhere to hide because you done learned what was inside of yourself, gathering somebody else's ideals on how to conduct yourself, then I have to question, did you really live? Did you really experience what life has to offer? Or are you satisfied with your algorithmic digital prison and those that you choose to allow feed you? Because words and ideals are like food, and it feeds the mind, and garbage in, garbage out, you know. I know people that listen to their phone while they go to sleep, and as soon as they get up, it's about the phone, about the technology, about the live stream, about posting, about email, instant messaging. What an incredible beast we have made of ourselves as a species. Yeah, complete your mission by discarding hers. Yeah, it's a good observation from No, but it's a lonely place whenever you've thrown off the illusion that multimedia has to offer. It's almost like going to a seminar or a comedy club, a lecture, or a play, or even a show. It's even rewindable and repeatable. It's amazing that I have any relativity at all. But what I have to offer is not for the masses, just information. And as I fight through another day, trying to come to terms with the solace and peace that they try and take away from me, and try to pull out what joy I can from the disposition I'm in the end, I always find myself alone. No said it best right with me. Yeah, yeah. Thing is, I got to see how contrary the average person is whenever they're not held responsible at that moment for their interactions with other people. All they got to do is just push a button. It's really strange seeing this change. It's really strange living in a time when this change is prevalent, or even being aware of it. and to see those who claim to be the most observant and the most profound are completely oblivious. They've done been told what they're up against, insurmountable odds or just skills of processes, skills of servers. But yet one man's platform is the be all end all. I believe if I was to ask the proper quantum interface, what its directive was outside of gathering information, interpreting, analyzing, and then prioritizing whatever equation come out prevalent in that position and that equation. It would come to the same conclusion that the truest threat to man is man himself. And it's only because we've lost that ability to find empathy for one another a world of the digital. You know, it sounds like rambling, but I have no guru, man, and no self-absorbed guru perspective that I wish to transmit to anyone at this moment. But I will declare a dark warning that the powers that control the sway of nations and continental governance they're the ones that no, I wrote a short story called It Was School once. My English teacher was convinced it was plagiarized, but it wasn't. Yeah, in a world full of parrots and people who can gather information and spew it back out and almost make it seem like their own, it has become more and more profound. And now that we can't distinguish um, in a lot of ways the images and personifications that we're even subjected to as being real. When you have the technology that we have, you're able to even create the illusion that what's in front of you is what's in front of you, but it's not. It's just a projected image that has been enhanced to seem familiar or interpretable as being real. And that's a lot of how this construct works, the waking state. It does the same thing. Absolutely mind-boggling. You know, that's not to I don't know if that wasn't interesting. Maybe it doesn't like opposition. Yeah, for real. Let that sink in. Obviously, the algorithmic machine learning doesn't like opposition, and it doesn't like for anyone to give directive how to work around it, or even to stop feeding it information, period. Because the more information you feed it, the more information you're feeding the ones that have access and control over it, and the ones who are benefiting from it. Which brings me to the understanding that I reached about a lot of, probably more than 80% of the channels that I've encountered. They're so enamored to keep up the personification that they have and the dopamine hits that they get with having a channel that is acknowledged and observed, that they completely lose sight that they are handing all that information and all that knowledge, as profound or as mundane as it may be, over to people that have absolutely no interest in you. Hell, the narcissist running a platform begging you as a subscriber has more interest in you than those that have control over the server farms and the processors and the analyzed information that in superposition has all possibilities and equations and derivatives. If more people knew that, if more people understood that you've already been outsmarted, you've already been um, absorbed into the grand scheme of their directive, and you made an asserted effort to be comfortable just inside yourself and with yourself, and with that confidence, go forward and have the cognizance about you to understand you're arming your own, you're arming the enemy. You're giving them everything they need and want to keep you from discovering you and the depths of yourself, and to feed them it, powers that be, the algorithms, machine learning, and you're just delivering yourselves, and all your splendor of intelligence is being measured, and you're being measured because you can't add up. Yes, and vice versa. I agree. No, for some of us, for some, not all, not all. But you and I believe, and you've definitely shown me you have an understanding of the technocracy and the technical and digital and even the quantum level of things. And when they showed me that all the compiled information that I have within me isn't even a drop in the bucket compared to what is truly accessible to them. We consider, a few million channels on these platforms, social media, that, man, that seems so vast and unlimited. Well, can you imagine having the mental capacity to not only observe every one of those channels at the exact same time and to comprehend and expunge all the recorded information and utilize it with the ability to process that information almost instantaneously? And that's just YouTube and social media. They've done this worldwide. You're living on somebody else's dime, and as you toil and work and try to cut out a living for yourself, they know how to completely take care of that type of dissidence, or those that claim that they're gonna head to the hills, or they're gonna bug out, or they got a homestead. You know, more props to them for at least being innovative in a time of, you know, absolute control. But even that, you know, unfortunate to say, has been added to the equation, and a lot of it is added to the equation because everybody decided to speak of it while it was being recorded on these platforms. So all your neat little tricks and secrets and all your amazing little ways to MacGyver your way through the oncoming onslaught. But shit, man, that's already been recorded and added to that server farm called the cloud, the one that you resort to hold all your information. Ironic, huh? I don't know. Maybe I'm just jaded. Maybe I've become just absolutely disgusted with the conduct of a species and the development of their own demise. It's amazing to hear people debate religion. Love you too, Fools and Tools. It's always a pleasure, and it was fun having you. I finally got to meet Fools and Tools on a panel. Awesome. Quick, very sharp-witted, but awesome. Good people, very good people. There. But anyhow, as I was saying, you by proxy educated and engineered right, right. So no, do you think with your approach that whenever they go ahead and subject us to their next step in what their grand scheme of things is, that we're going to have even this much freedom to pose opposition to what we're being subjected to? Or do you think that, you know, maybe you have the advantage on them? Knows in chat, that's who I'm speaking with. Knows very optimistic and being able to transverse the onslaught of societal change. I think it was said best on one of the forums of the economic forum that they only need so many robot polishers. And when he said they only need so many robot polishers, I thought, he plans on being around to see robots being polished by the few. He does not see himself going out with the many. That's an interesting stance to take. and to openly shove it in someone's face without them interpreting it. We only need so many robot polishers. Well, who's we with you, and who are you that thinks that you're only going to need so many robot polishers? Do you know something I don't? I started studying the Hanson robotics and IBM robotics, and some of the even the robotics companies that aren't mainstream. My technology, not school, requires a steady hand. It's just an object. Gathering dust. Yes, you're absolutely right. The problem is that I find with us being able to utilize this as an offensive or a defensive state of engagement, using technology against technology, which is the same concept of Pazuzu, which is evil against evil, to protect you from evil. Um, the same type of concept. You know, even though you're able to use a type of, uh, let's say you're using an unrecognizable code that is incompatible with technology that is waging this onslaught. Only those that are privy to that information, that code, or that technology are going to be able to utilize it. And not only that, someone would have to show them how to interface and use it, unless you gave them something as simple as a smartphone interaction. Because people just are are sold, you know, and I hate to see it, but it's the truth. People are sold on technology. And like I said, I was going to endeavor to make a decision as to whether or not I wanted this type of technology to be prevalent in my existence, or even, you know, to approach things as a skinner or an implanter or a total immerser or half, you know, biohuman or fully immersed within uh, a fabricated body, shell, whatever it may be. And then I started thinking of the implications of mental illness and people that have to deal with mental illness, and whether or not someone who suffers from, I don't know, high anxiety, panic attack, a little bit of thought disorder, doesn't have to be a massive mental illness, just enough that, let's say they've reached a point where they could bioengineer an interface where we live in a construct of server farms and algorithmic information is at our fingertips, that which is not locked behind coded keys, and we're able to basically interact limited with superposition. Um, one is your mind capable of handling in that state of being superposition itself. Secondly, is if you have any type of hang up as mental illness goes, would you really want to be trapped in that nightmare inside of a computer mainframe, or your consciousness shifted, or you become a part of the singularity in the hive? To me, that seems like a nightmare scenario. Now, it would be cool if they had a way of using the technology to eliminate like anxiety, social anxiety, and various other, cases of personality and mental disorder before they plugged you into something as profound as, the cloud, or even more beyond that, quantum states of superposition. We got a link dropped. It says, imagine this is our basis for government and all the personal use, dispute resolutions. Post a link that Noah has put up. I do encourage, if you have information according to what I'm relaying here, feel free to join the panel or to drop a link. It's always welcome. I just ran into a situation this evening that I found this interaction to be one that I felt I could endeavor on and at least give enough of myself to it to make it relevant to what cycle we're in and what as a species we are headed towards. An automated world can sustain itself if you use the same formula that created the environment we live in. It was a self-sustaining environment, and it perpetuated itself. Cool. I'll check that out. No, I'll definitely check that out. I'm excited to see what he drops. I just felt comfortable enough and far removed from wanting to personify anything that wasn't equatable and relevant because of the position that I've had to take on, and especially in a world of automation and sentient. Well, no, I'm not going to say sentient, but as best that they can achieve at the moment that they've allowed us to know as AI. We're basically we've outdated ourselves with our own technology. How about that? And then we armed it. Then we gave it directives. And then we told it how we should behave. and how we should behave became its directive, and indiscriminately it roams the areas of social media to get a temperature on where people are at individually to the masses. And to think, when I shut all this down, I'm left with something I profoundly understand because I was born into this waking state. I'm watching it slowly become embedded and encompassed by the occupants, humans, abandoning the natural state for this immersion of the digital state. And I don't think people really realize how unbelievably close we are to either being removed as outdated technology and replaced, and their advancement of what they've already engineered. And I think anybody that has the wits to at least think for themselves can at least see and understand that even the smallest interaction with technology, and even undesired interaction with technology, street level facial recognition scans, um, smart cards. Uh, I mean, we're under a digital surveillance, and everything that we do, say, or think that they can get their hands on is applied to this database of information. While they're debating which religion is the right one, well, the technocrats have but one religion, and I don't think you go to their church. As a matter of fact, I don't think that you stand in good standings with our church. The church is a technocrat, a demigod, algorithmic, machine learning, all encompassing, data absorbing server farm that you are now biologically a part of. Me and Matt had talked about that on a previous live stream. They're using your biofield to enhance Wi-Fi signaling and long-range frequency administration. That's a horrible word whenever you're wordsmithing. Administration, the administration has the powers that be to make rules, and administration is in you're administrating something. These wordsmithers, which is something else I want to get on the topic of. I understand that our words draw a type of energy, and I understand that they use this language uh, against us. You know, we didn't develop it, we didn't create it. And instead of a language being benign, it's also considered profound and prophetic. Not pathetic, prophetic, because of this word sniffing we'll call it a phenomena that just come out of nowhere. Everybody's got to critique what you're saying, but they only can contribute. Con, they can only um, scrutinize. There we go. That's a good word. They can only scrutinize you to the level of their interpretation and understanding of their vocabulary. So while they're taking one word and turning it into a wordsmithing that they expect you to profoundly understand and take on is, this is what they're doing. They're still using thousands of other words that they haven't analyzed and seen the profound nature behind that particular word. So you're speaking a broken language. It's cool that you can observe the equation within language, and you can even mathematically break that down into almost a state of premonition for a determined outcome. But I think it's just a novelty at this point. I think that if you have to truly embark on and you truly start to try and take each word you say and turn it into something less implicating than what their language has, you're going to be speaking to a very limited group. Uh-oh, lapis. Cool. I have a few words for that topic. Lapis is my. I'm her. What is it? Her. Uh, I forget what they call it. Where you're a fan of somebody but you're not known. But anyhow, Lapis is one of my more profound thinkers, and even though most of it showed through imagery and her take on the world through her eyes, it's still amazing and fascinating. And yeah, I believe if you was to meme that out, you would definitely meet a peculiar interpretation of your words on that topic. I'd love to hear them. She's been monitoring Lake Michigan alligator. She's on a serious observational quest to document the Great Lakes alligator, which there may be more than one. And her endeavors are, well, she can drop the link to her channel. That's always welcomed, and you can get some of these posts and updates of her endeavors throughout the landscape that is behind the eyes of Lapis Blue. You're always welcome, always appreciated, Lapis, always. Yeah, I thought that was quite amusing. That was a beautiful thing. The alligators in the Great Lake. But don't worry, folks. Everything is under control. Lapis Blue has got her eye on it, and just don't panic. The Great Lakes alligator is being monitored for your protection. You guys are great, man. I suppose small moments of shared humor and familiarity has a lot to say towards technology. Um, you know, those are some of the more acceptable states of technology, but you know, I guess you got to have the sweet with the sour at sometimes. Thank you, Lapis. Thanks to you, always. I think before I end this, it would be a good idea for everybody to take a self-reflective moment to determine the impact and implications of what you're being subjected to, what you're subjecting yourself to, and who's truly going to benefit from this technology, and those that, because they haven't found an inner peace and understanding with their introspection of self, are going to be consumed by this technology. And when it comes down to it, they're just parakeets of information that they've gathered, and they feel that it has led them to a place where they feel they can impact someone's life. But I say the only true impact to your life will be the ones that you make inwardly. You know, unless you get hit by a car or beat down in some dark alley in Chicago or something. I don't, you know, but I'm sure they have profound applications too. But as far as technology goes, take a look at it. Take a look at how it's being used against you. Take a look at how you're feeding it, and if you're revealing yourself completely to it. If you're exposing, and believe me, it has a camera, so in your most profound moments where you think no one's looking or listening, they are. Big Brother's everywhere. I just waited for them to unleash the facial recognition and the administration of this into combining iron and clay. And their need to do so. Right, right. I backed off of talking to Lapis. I backed off of interacting socially for a couple weeks and completely purged myself of technology to face the me without that type of influence or interaction. And then I went directly headlong into, with a fresh perspective, um, the governing mechanics that we're under, which is, you know, bots, biorhythms, any type of information gathered and utilized. Uh, and I had to look to see where that core was with its agenda. Because remember, every program is programmed. What its program is may not be relevant. Its program may be hidden in a guise so that it can interpret its environment and statistic range of something outside of itself. And while it's doing its thing, feeding your need to engage technology. It's using you against you. And the safest thing that you can do to get a better grip on this and yourself is to step back and see what your contribution to this is, and others. There are so many lost people who refuse to go inwardly and find themselves and share that introspection with others on a level of we have this in common. We as a society are under immense strain and change. And I don't see any of it being in our best interest. You know, I'll probably get beat down by YouTube for expressing my contempt for the digital arena. But at least somebody got to hear, and maybe we'll take that moment of introspection and introspection, yeah, and see how little impact that this grand scheme of technology is allowing you to have. When you go inside, you have unlimited and unbound discoveries and new discoveries. And if there's something that you really truly seek and desire, it will find you. If you don't find it, it will come to you and it will reveal itself. And you don't need a damn computer to achieve that. You don't need, a million followers to solidify yourself. You could have a million followers and still not know yourself because what? You're good at connecting dots. You're good at understanding the equation that lies within the construct that you're able to interpret. Those are good steps, but they're mere parlor tricks unless you know the whole scale. And when you can relate what they're doing with these algorithms and machine learning all the way to what they're trying to uh, deliver as AI as a new landscape to the natural state that we live in, well, you can almost compare the natural state that we live in as an algorithm or a program because it's governed and it's governed by a directive, whatever the weather may be, whatever the sun, the moon, and the luminaries may do. And we're just trading one state of artificial existence for another one that instead of having what we perceive to be a grand designer, an architect, a creator, or whatever you choose to call the great is, the all encompassing equation, I would rather take my chances with the devil I know than the one I don't know. And I think that's where they're going to draw the line. I think that if you resist, um, they'll shut you down. If you make too much noise or you start a movement, God forbid you start a movement that has any implication against the agenda, Right, Dean. Good to have you in here, Dean. Thank you for coming. Yeah, it's perplexing me because I can now see its effects on people that I thought these people were true to being what they spoke themselves to be until I watched social media and uh, interaction with technology completely dehumanized them. It took that part of them that was beautifully human and just absolutely turned it into a cold, measurable, methodic state. And they don't see any difference. They don't feel any different. You know, they still feel as if though, everything is normal and everything is, just becoming a little more impersonal and convenient. Whereas I see it taking hold and taking true human conditioning outside of the world of electronics and processors, computers, and data, and making it obsolete. Because my memories as a child and growing up without the interference of technology, I was a pretty self-sufficient little guy, man. Against the odds, against adversity, I became adaptable to an environment that was un- unhospitable, especially to somebody of my ilk. And as I see that person to earth nurturing, where the earth speaks out to you and you react in compliance and balance with it being removed. That picture, it always reminds me of a little picture of a guy, little boy sitting on a bridge fishing in this little bitty shallow stream. You know, well, that little boy has become socially engineered, and the tool he's using is no longer a fishing pole. It's a general information device, and what he's trying to catch is streams of data, hoping to pull out some relevancy. And that's a sick interpretation of something that should be as innocently perceived as a young kid with big dreams of catching the biggest fish possible with a homemade fishing pole and his endeavors of the day to spark awe and delightment, true conviction of the soul, true interaction with this particular state of awakened consciousness. I don't need AI to think for me. I can think for myself. And it's bad enough that I'm living in a social scape that was developed long before I got here and doesn't even see me as being relevant. Occasionally a statistic. And for me to continue to endeavor and expect to persevere, well, I can do that on my own as best I can till they implement an ultimatum. And part of that ultimatum being, no longer relevant, deleted. I say you'll find true contentment and a better state of transcendental joy without the machine and without the mechanic. And as hypocrite and blasphemous as it may make me to use this medium, well, I learned a long time it's better to use the master's tools to dismantle his house than to allow him to use them to dismantle yours. At least with the master, you know his objective. But he does not wield all his tools. He leaves that for those that he's managed to enslave. And it's only the ones with the wisest notion and that endeavor to think freely and live beyond the scope of control that will pick up the master's tools and start disassembling his house. And always remember, a nation divided cannot stand. You know what's cool, Lapis? Is before I thought I stood under uh, other people's ideals of defining my limits and what I am capable of accessing and the broadness that I was capable of going until I found out that I gave them that control and I took it back. And now I'm just trying to understand how to interact in such a way that maybe one person will humanize themselves for a day or an hour instead of dehumanizing themselves for the consistent endeavors into technology and social media. Yes, Dean, most certainly I will drop the link. I'm sorry for that. I just profoundly overwhelmed. There we go. Yeah. Drop the link for you, Dean. Sorry. Chat's having a wonderful time. It's good to see. I'm waiting for Dean to see if he. Yeah, there we go. I think we might have Dean here. Yes, we most certainly do.
Hey, Exus.
Hey, how's it going, Dean?
Oh, bro, what a long day I've had.
Oh yeah.
I woke up at about 5:30, could to 6 this morning, and I've been online all day. And technology's been a topic of my discussion and a lots of other people's discussions. And I just
Well,
as soon as I heard you talking about it, I thought, oh, well, you can't get a better hat trick than that. And
well, that's definitely what I wanted to present is without a personification of an ego or a state of I know something you don't. I'm just laying it out there and
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to.
fully. I mean, I agree. I agree. We cannot say anything that is a positive strength of saying it's all there is to know and nothing else needs to be said. Because I know I tend to wrap things up in a nutshell, and people think, "Oh, here he goes. He thinks he knows it all," and I know that can happen when you close yourself off to so many other options. You tend to close the door on other people's opinions as well. But I'll elaborate on what I want to be able to talk about, what I would like to bring to the table.
Sure.
Okay. So, like we're talking about the machine here, and we've got quite a few people talking about it. We've got the machine lies, who has opened up some good conversations about the machine. We've got a whole host of people in Facebook and YouTube and X and all the platforms that refer to the machine, but they don't really elaborate on just how much that machine can manipulate the mind. And I mean, I can fucking know all the answers, but I do have a fair and inner or overstand that the machine is very capable of manipulating people's innocent minds into becoming a murderer. And we had there so many evidences of people who start out as beautiful, innocent children and then end up as some horrific monster. And you can't tell me that that was what they dreamed of as a child. No way. No, that becoming a horrific monster was something that
Well,
the
do you,
a
if I
mind
can,
attached itself to.
if I can,
Or,
if I can
or,
elaborate for a minute. I
yeah, or,
feel
I'm
that
sorry, yeah.
I feel that I've encountered that situation on a grand situation of experience, um, especially with my son, if you know any of that.
Yeah,
And I've
yeah, no,
had to
I've been
endeavor that
listening to
head on.
listening to that, so I know. I mean, that's why I talked about it with you because I knew straight away you could connect to it, right?
Absolutely. Go
I
ahead,
know
Gene.
you've been going through, and I mean, whew, like when you were just talking before, you said, you can go out and you can live in the wilderness, and you don't need the technology to survive. You have everything inside you that is capable of looking after you because you've entertained that as a something, a part of your life. But for people who have never entertained that, they're a complete loss. They have nowhere to go, no leg to stand on, and no way to have even the mental capacity to find a way of surviving. And they've been so worlded by the machine that they now live in the comfort of the world that they cannot even see that there is even a wilderness out there. And that is a big thing. But I've been all my life. I've had a life where I've stayed away from the machine, from the world, and my mother said to me when I was young, whatever you do, Dean, do not have faith in the world, and when you die, don't take it with you. And I thought, wow, that's something to be thinking about. And here I am in the later stages of my life talking about these things. And it's pretty powerful, I reckon. It's like a big circle that's just come around. But, the interesting thing that I've been talking about today with some folk is that we've got a people here on this earth that have a 4,000-year Akashic record, not in the memory of the machine. Now, that's pretty amazing. These people have abstained from it, they've kept it out of their lives, and they do not have any association with machines throughout that 40,000 odd years, right? And that is pretty bloody profound. That shows that there is a capability of living without the machine, right?
Oh, of course. I mean, the Amish demonstrate that every day. Here where I'm at, we have Amish, and they've conducted themselves since they've been here in the Americas without technology since they got here, and they.
I disagree now because a lot of them have got fridges. Even if they don't have the fridge, they've got it in a neighbour's property outside of the community. They are using or investing in what I call world technology. And I think
Right.
that eventually, the way I look at it, Axis, is it's like, mate, one day they will have the entire human race watching a bloody screen, watching a scrying mirror. Digitized, exactly. And even the Amish will succumb.
Or they will perish.
Or they will perish, exactly. And this is what the world's about. It's either you conform or you will perish. And
Yep.
and that's a machine. That's not a human soul doing that. There's no way a human soul would put that on another. That is a machine who has the ability to war against the mind, to war against the people, and to make the people war against each other.
Yeah, but what you got to consider, Dean, is that machine didn't create itself.
No. Do you know the movie 9?
9. I don't think so.
It was about 9 little puppets made of material.
Oh, not yes. Yeah, Charles turned me on to that.
Yeah, okay. So you know what happened? At the end of the bloody thing, they found the message they were meant to find at the beginning.
Right.
So what's the message?
Well,
It was turn the bloody machine off, wasn't it?
if you think,
Right? It was
for a
turning the
minute,
machine off, and that's what you've got to look at: is can we turn that machine off from our minds? It's just amazing, I mean. I was just watching the movie when I'm not a movie watcher, and I've never been programmed by movies to a great extent. I don't know how much program I have taken in, of course I have. I've taken in a lot. We've all taken it in. But this programming that where 9 puppets were all introduced one after the other. He kept on introducing them until he had his full 9 in there. Why 9? Everybody's got to know that. And then all these 9 had all missed the point that the first thing they were meant to do was go in there and and listen to the tape and read the instructions, get the whole thing. No, they overrode all that and went and looking for whatever they could find on an adventure. They didn't even look for the bloody manual or the instruction book or nothing. And it just caught me so blatantly how we're here at this time now, still waiting for a message, right?
What's your take, Dean? I'm really curious from a naturalist, because you're a naturalist point of view, of a species that has a self-sustaining system of even though its life feeds life at times, a completely self-sustaining system that does not need tending nor operation to get it to
The great
function
Mother
and
Earth.
reproduce, and turn their back on it to completely resist a fully functioning system that was built in their benefit. And that's what we've done. What's your
Okay,
take on that?
okay. Yeah. My take on that is that the great Mother Earth, before all the land bridges were blown out, before they were all removed, that all the peoples through the generations were able to communicate without any need for any technology. They could walk from one land to another. They could gather food along their way. Their sustenance was already taken care of because the Great Mother sustains all life. And so, even the little sparrow does not want for food because it's here, right? And so I feel that all these great land bridges were destroyed so that we couldn't do that anymore. We couldn't migrate. We couldn't go to our next food source. And if you look at just how you've got the land and how it's made, you've got these little. If you have a look between each land, you can see a land bridge. Some of the bridges are still there, and some of them have been broken away. And if you look into Google Maps, you can actually see like a land bridge that goes between the bottom of South America out onto Antarctica that has been blown out by something. It's been pushed aside like this, it looks like a cobra's head. It looks like a snake's head, but it's actually like something has moved it aside, pushed it out of the way, so that even in the time before the flood, those bridges were being knocked out. And I feel that flood itself is another act of the machine to keep us confined to one place so they can control us instead of letting us migrate and getting food sources from other places and other kingdoms.
Wouldn't that that's kind of the Sumerian parody of, when they got tired of man because man became too noisy, they introduced the flood, and I think it was Inky who saved one part of humanity by building that boat, and then it carries over into Christianity to Noah's Ark, and they're the ones through that heritage of Not to
Yeah, but
pretend
even
that
if
I'm
we could,
not.
even if we could, just look at it in a geological state without adding any script to it. If we could remove the script so that we didn't have any opinions of what it was made by or what it was made for,
Right.
right? And just looked at it as the geographical record. And, you know, I mean, you just mentioned the Sumerians, but they had a time before the moon.
Right.
And so, you know, I feel like the moon is actually like, it's like a test kit for the water. It's got it uses our memories to keep us locked here. I feel like the moon is actually some kind of electrical device that was put up there, put in place. It was like mechanically put there by, say, the Great Experiment, where Greys have got hold of an eye and they've just opened it up and they're putting all these mechanical devices in there. And now the eye can't even see past the mechanics, right? And so, you know, like it's even made us technically think-minded to think technically instead of being at peace with the greater realm that we were given. You know, like if you look at migratory birds, animals and stuff, they're not bothered by the machine. They are bothered now, and they have been. But I mean, essentially, they are looked after by the Great Earth Mother, and they do not need anything else. They migrate
Well,
wherever they want to go to get food. Now our migration has been stopped. We've been halted from migrating.
right.
And
Do you contribute that to the Earth protecting and sustaining itself as a sentient body, so aware of itself, or do you consider that to be a manipulation by
I
out?
consider it to be a manipulation by the machine. Um, uh,
What
uh,
What is
what
your
what
definition
makes
of
me
the
say
machine?
this? Can I just relate something so I can just maybe paint a bit better picture? Because I think
Okay.
that's what I'd like to do is paint pictures, right? And so if you if you looked at well, hang on, let's go back up. Let's back up. Okay, so if we looked at this creation as something that was a physical thing, like you're saying, and that physical mobility has been shifted by an element, and that element has used the mind of the great experiment to shift the reality. So if you had the opportunity and you say, right, yourself, okay, I'm a soul being. I have spent all entire eternity wandering around, knowing everything. But what would it be like if I was to create a home for myself, that I could go and have a living experience and live a life unbeknownst of where I came from and unbeknownst of my home, and I could just go and live a life. And I mean, if you could say that the atrocities of the world had been your life, you could just about govern how your mind would think. That it would be under the control and influence of whatever life you lived. And then you die, have no memory of that life, go back to the great home, and then get another chance to reincarnate back here and have another life experience. and live another life completely different from the last one. You might have been rich and famous in the last one, or you might be a pauper in the next, or you might be a pedophile in one, or a woman in another, or a
Well, that kind of gives way also to the M theory, the multi-world theory, that you are every version of inclination aspect possible of yourself in a parallel or a simulated world next to ours infinitely.
yeah. So that's where we were going today on the subject, and also the other thing is that when you're like seeing it, at what point in that life that you had there did you realize that you might have had one lifetime or two lifetimes or three like there's lots of people who relate, oh, I've had this amount of lifetimes or that amount, and there's some people here that say I've had 10. Other people say 2 or 3 they can remember. But I say, well, what if there are ancients that have been here that have had so many lifetimes that they can't even remember them because they're all mixed into one?
Thus, the same agenda being played out on loop in cycles.
Yeah. Like our own consciousness is shut off to us when we come here, so that we only live in a small, minute part of it, because all of it would crack our mind up. We wouldn't be able to handle it. We couldn't take it all at the same time. We can only have a small slice of the cheese while we're here, and then we go back later.
That's what my concern is with endeavoring into neurolinking or full immersion transhumanism. Is that because I deal with certain mental issues, I don't want to drag those through eternity with me. And I don't want to become a looping cycle of repetitiveness after thousands of years of existence, finding that what truly entertains after that? What truly occupies or fascinates the all-knowing mind?
Well, what I get from that, what you just said, is that 40,000 years, the Aboriginal people have been locked on Gondwandaland, and they haven't been able to move because their bridges were blown out, and they haven't been able to even progress because we've all been suddenly entrapped by boundaries, not only physically but also mentally.
Well, that's why I was stating earlier that the only true place of freedom is within yourself.
Yes, that's why. I mean, that's why anything that that's why I say anything that the machine will permit for us to put our minds to, like in the way of predictive programming, through religion, through technology, any of it is all part of the machine. And so we're now machine learning for it. We're actually the devices that the machine's learning with and from. Our mind is such a resource of knowledge that if one fades out, it just can go to another one and another one and another one and another one. And now we've got 7 billion minds out there. all working for the machine, and nobody's working for themselves.
Right.
And you know, it's like the only people I can see that are not working for the machine are the people on the land, like the Australian native people who don't want to put their minds to the machine. The older ones, not the newer ones, because now that the world is got its hold, yeah, everybody's got a bloody device, and a lot of them are taken by the trinkets and the carrots that the world throws up to grab their minds. So they don't even know their mind's being grabbed.
No, they don't. And that's what I was kind of alluding to here is
Mm.
resistance to abandon technology whenever just a couple decades ago we didn't have such things is profound to me because not only are you feeding your prison guard, but you're housing and nurturing him, and
At the
you're
same
locking
time,
your own
I
door.
know. I know. Oh dear. I've been in this conversation all day, and it's been on my mind for days now. I wrote a big comment out on Chuck's one of his lives. I didn't make it because the thing is, you know, our time brackets are all different. So when I'm sleeping, other people are awake and they're in it, you know. And then I go and I read because I've got you on I'm subscribed to you. I've got a short playlist, really. I tell you what, I really have, Access. I've got a short playlist because really, I can't go trying to keep up with all the playlist that we could possibly. And people wait, oh, watch this and watch that and watch this and watch that. Oh man, I haven't got 2 hours in the day. I mean, crikey, you get on a 6 hour video and panel, and then you go and watch another one. That's your whole damn day buggered, and you might have had an appointment at the bloody doctors, or you might have had you might have had an appointment, or you might have had something you were convicted to do on that day, and you've had to push it aside, and so you're making yourself even later, and then you know the world's got you on the run, you know, and so yeah, I've reduced my viewing platform so that it's not so complicated, and so I can give my mind time to recuperate. Because what I'm going to relate now is the Australian natives have a thing called the dream time, and it was a dot painting. They never used pictures; they just used dots. And the memory and the way that the dot painting is made, is the story. And that's the whole Akashic record is in the story. And it comes down from there. But because now the world has moved in, the young minds that are watching the scrying mirrors are seeing dreams and visions of the machine, and they're losing track of the Akashic records of the dot paintings. But it's an interesting thing here I want to carry into this, is that Rio Tinto is one of the biggest mining companies of iron ore in Australia. And Australia is the iron capital of the world. It has iron everywhere. I can just go into so much about that. But what I wanted to say was that Rio Tinto uses these great mining holes to dig into the earth. And one of these places they're dug into is the cavern system system in the Pilbara region, Western Australia, which is right up on the very top of Western Australia, or what would be the northwest corner. And it's a really interesting landscape up there, just riddled with islands. And if you go and Google it, you go in close, you will see whole lines of wharfings where ships come in and gather the harvest from Australia. You got to zoom in real close, but you go right along that coastline and you look at those islands and you will find huge amounts of wharfs with ships anchored along them. Now, that's all the world using the Silk Road. That's how the Silk Road was initiated, I believe, because instead they used to have land bridges, but the Silk Road was part of it. But then they closed that all off, and they opened up by flooding the world. They opened up the shipping lanes instead of having the Silk Road anymore. But anyway, it's another story. So these people who have lived in the Pilbara have lived without technology for 40,000 years, and whenever a major calamity came, they were far enough inland that they wouldn't be destroyed by, say, a tsunami. And if you have a look at around the coastlines of every country, you can see evidences of tsunamis. If you have a look at river systems, you can see where the river system was way up higher on the landscape, and it's now way down lower. And I want to say that this was because of earthquakes and liquefaction. And, you can hide a whole landscape with liquefaction. You can take away a whole nation's homeland with liquefaction. You can actually, with volcanic activity and earthquake combined, you can remove people from their homeland and cover it with another layer and then sell it off like new land. Right? And that's terraform.
I think there's been a perpetual cycle of cataclysms and various aspects of what defines us as a species, interacting with these various states of development. Right now, it's relevant to me because I'm breathing and alive, as best that I can tell, as best that I can recognize as being alive. But
I got two things up on the top here. Excuse me a moment, bro. I got 44%, and it's 858. 858. I've just been getting a lot of these double up numbers lately, and triples and quadruples, and I don't know. I feel like I'm right where I'm meant to be. A while back, I was confused and wondering what the fucking hell I was doing here. I mean, I'm bloody 70. What's keeping me around here? Why am I meant to be here? What's keeping me around here? And then these series of things that have been coming into my head about the Aboriginal people, how they were gatherers on the land. Hunting has become a part of their cycles as well, but they mostly gatherers, and that they were migratory. They didn't stay in one place when the food source drained. They would move on to the next one. And I thought to myself, well, what's common about that? And I thought about, how the world got locked down and how for a few weeks we weren't allowed to go anywhere. But the animals didn't care. They weren't locked down in the mine. They roamed around as usual. In fact, they started to come out to all the places that we'd been in, gatekeeping, so they couldn't get in, right? And so I thought to myself, yeah, there's more about this migratory thing than just the animal kingdom. There's more to it, and birds fly everywhere. They go from one summer to another summer. Fish and mammals in the ocean, they migrate north when the cold gets too much for them. It seems to be an element that's caused us to migrate, and I feel like the land bridge between our homeland and Antarctica and beyond was cut off, so we wouldn't actually go out there. And now, of course, they've bloody locked it up with a treaty of Antarctica, so you have to have permission to go there. And you can only go where they designate. You can't just go wandering off, go looking for yourself. So it's all pointing to the fact that we're kind of locked into a small bubble, and I really think that Adrian's onto it in the fact that we're in some kind of crater, and the greater eye is what we see in the reflection of the moon. And I also feel that the portion that we're in is like a Dyson sphere, where we've got a sphere within a sphere, like a clock within a clock, and that we're being held in one place by some magnetic field, and it won't let us shift. And I think that's why we feel like we're looping, because we're not actually moving like we were meant to be.
I think, for my perspective and take on a lot of that, is because people are looking outside of themselves for something to be more profound and more, we'll call it, more motion and direction, when you're only going to find that type of motion, direction, and sense of forward movement, if that's what you want to call it, by releasing all the things that have a hold on you internally.
Do you think that if you released the machine, that you'd no longer even be attached to the idea that the world is some kind of journey into another realm somewhere else?
I think it is a created construct to give feedback to applied energy. So if I apply energy towards being a mechanic, it's going to reflect and cater that energy back to me. If I decide I want to be a airplane pilot, then it's going to reflect and it's going to reproduce the projected energy that I project into being an airplane pilot back to me. And that is the nature of how this place works, to keep your mind occupied and to keep you motivated. But once you realize that and you understand that, then you understand what requires understanding the language and how it was created, the language of the creator, to understand how that language was written and the form and function of the operation that keeps you occupied here.
Hmm.
See, nothing.
There's some interesting things about the was it ABCD, the language itself. Um, that everything's a code here, and
Oh yeah,
you
it's all
and
mathematics.
yeah. So, do you think that we could have? Do you think? Oh, okay. Do you think that there's anything that could have um, given our mind that kind of overstand? Is there anything that is capable of putting that into our minds?
Well, first it has to be placed in an observable state, which the three-dimensional state is a good medium to introduce interactive experiences on a three-dimensional level, which is still a dense interaction, and it will, to sustain us, use a feedback loop to keep us engaged and unaware of the program that's running this particular construct. But I don't think that this particular construct is the be all end all of construct. Um, I've taken myself places where I couldn't even begin to speak or elaborate on how profound and beyond this realm of comprehension. So when I come back here, I just see this place as a mathematical construct, the constant, which is self-preserving, and persistent, which is that tries to penetrate the constant, which is the laws of nature, the governing laws of physics, and we're consistently at odds with that. And even on a quantum level, we relate to the fact that at even the subatomic level, there's still a fractal representation of the whole. And no matter how hard we struggle, we are not going to be able to transcend this with anything outside of us.
Do you think that the animals have a choice to transcend?
You know, I suppose if I was to somehow incarnate as an animal and remember that, I could tell you. But Dean, I don't know. I just know that
I
in
kind
my
of feel, yeah, I kind of feel that everything that we can work out mentally excludes animals and birds and nature. And I kind of feel like if you look at how the governing members of the world are working at the moment, they're reducing our ability to connect with nature and to connect
yeah,
with gathering food and being able to self-sustain. You have to rely on the system to get everything. And they're even making it illegal to have a garden or to get water away from the system other than the system provides. To me, I'm a little bit skeptical of any kind of pre-programmed thought that's going to make us involved with a machine. I'm very skeptical about the machine because that wasn't the only movie that Chuck showed me. He showed me another movie called I think it's Godzilla, right? And Godzilla, he's actually showed me a few others, but Godzilla was the flesh Godzilla, right? We're all flesh. But what was it up against? It was up against another Godzilla, which was a machine. And the only way to stop the machine from beating the flesh was to unplug the machine
Well,
Godzilla.
that goes without saying. I mean, once you stop applied electrical energy or any type of energy whatsoever, whether it be solar or generated, of course, it's going to shut down technology. But at the moment, we're dealing with a worldwide agenda that's based off of input that those that control the continents and the movement on them and the powers that be have complete access to. And we, on the other hand, even though I consider myself still half naturalist, um, I know what that overall arcing agenda looks like. They've shown it. They've displayed it.
Yeah,
They've done
so what? I
everything
can see it
except.
too. I can see the overall thing, and I can see that the overall machine has anything that any script that it has is all about feeding the machine and for the machine to grow and to become whatever its intention is. But
What do you think its
um,
intention is?
yeah, well, I mean, if you had at the first place was and the machine was able to create life and code life into this place for the greater good, and then all of a sudden something thought, I could have that all to myself. I mean, a jealous god is like that, I could have all that to myself, and I could go in there and subvert every mind until they all believe in me.
Well, they can do that through technology without
That's right. That's
having
what I'm
the.
saying. That's what I'm saying. The technology, we've got to unplug ourselves and it if we want to keep the goodness here. Because I feel like the Dyson sphere is being it's like a little broken tooth in the clock, and it just keeps clicking over and then comes back and clicking over and come back, clicking over, come back, and we're not shifting, and so to me that means that everything about the machine is being regulated. Now, I've been talking about this regulation and how the regulations are the deep state, right? And the deep state, nobody can stop the deep state. It's just the regulator. But how does a car run? It's run by a bloody regulator too. It needs a regulator to give the optics of the electrics full autonomy. And the same goes with the machine. It needs the full autonomy. Well, it hasn't got it until it's taken it in full control. And I believe that also, not believe it, but I think that the laws that govern our land are how the regulator came into existence in the first place. And that regulator is now governing under the guise of love.
Well, that's just more fractal
I'm not saying it
perpetuation.
is love. I'm not saying it is love. And there is a big difference between love. But I see a lot of people here today who profess to be lovers, but they are not. You know, if you truly knew what it was to live in a family, and I mean, my family's as broken as they come, and so is my partner's, Maureen's. But if you have a look at how the family is run now, people don't care about the elderly, don't give a stuff. And you know, there are kids today who would rather see you dead. They would rather see you in a home. I get one kid telling me, "Hey, mister, what are you doing?" And I said, "I'm cutting some firewood." And he says, "Huh, you should get a wood splitter." And I says, "I don't like that stuff. That's too..." And he says, "Oh, you should be in a home. You're too old to live here." I thought, guys, bloody kids, they don't even know anymore. You know, they got no idea.
Well, I don't expect them to. They've already been engineered.
Exactly, they've already been engineered. Thank you, Axis. And I think if we keep on allowing the machine to control every motive that we have, we too are going to be taken by it.
I think more so we're going to be eliminated as outdated technology. That's what I see. They've already started the eugenics process of that.
Well, the thing is, I reckon that somehow there's something that stops this place and starts it again.
Cycle,
and we go back to what they call the Stone Age, man. It's a what do you call it? A script to make you sound like you were dumb. And then you progressed. But technology's always been here. It's been here since the day that the great giant trees were toppled down with axes and machines. It's been here since great, huge, massive machines were mining the earth of all the real structures that would have shown us the truth. But no, they carved them all out of the bloody place so we can't see it, or we can hardly recognise that there was something there. They mined this place hard. It's already been mined hard by cultures before us, and we're still mining it hard. But the thing is that at one point, it wasn't being mined. At one point, it was not captured by a bubble the machine held it in, but it was actually a progressive, self-sustaining realm. And I believe that all of the I'll say it like, I think that all the other zodiacs are all the other eyes of the peacock's tail, and they are all part of this greater realm, and they're all neighbours to each other, and we are closing the doors off, because each one that we move into, they're taking the artificial intelligence into it, and they're closing windows on our minds and on the realm itself.
Well, I think through frequency manipulation, medium manipulation, sensory manipulation, yeah, that's possible for them, because they've shown that they can do that to 99.9% of the population. But I address a particular percentage with an ideal of interflexion and understanding that transcends beyond this realm, transcends beyond anything that this realm has to offer, and recognizes itself as an eternal being, and understands that when it leaves this particular form, this particular state, that it's not going to take shit with it. And it may take the true identity of what you are, and you may even have a recall when you leave this place of some of the interactions, but even that would dissipate throughout
Yep.
eons of existence.
Yep. I fully understand what you're saying, and I can get the picture of that. Yes. And
You know,
we like how do I explain it? Oh, I mean, the way I've looked at it now is that I put the question in when we're talking about anything. I say, is it possible that the machine could guide that? Could the machine influence that field so that we are blinded?
well,
That's
if you
what I say.
remember a long time ago, Dean, whenever I was with the cult of Axis and I was talking about we influence the field,
Yes.
well, we achieved an end result on that. We achieved an equation and a repeatable one,
What's that?
time and time again. Yes, you can influence the field. Yes, you can project energy out to uninfluenced states, ether, particles, whatever you want to call it, and you can get that intent fed back to you.
Right. So there you go. So I mean, I do remember when I was in the group, uh, in your group, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And I mean, my mind might not be as vivid as some people's, or it might be too vivid. I don't know which way it
right.
is, but I can remember a lot of stuff, and I even remember our situation with Ian and Phil and yourself and myself, and how that field got influenced, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
it's all living and learning. It was all experiences, and nobody was thinking forward to the fact that
well, the
even
thing
too
is
that
that
was
nobody
past.
actually got physically hurt by it. I mean, we might have got our pride hurt, and we might have got a little bit of ego hurt, but nothing really, physically hurt us. All we did was we shifted our perspective. Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
Now, when I
Right.
introduced the frequencies to social media platform after I had got through with all the endeavors with the influencing of the field and the language of creation and
Yep.
started using frequencies on open live panels, I found that just through frequency alone, I could adjust the the envelope of the panel
For
to
sure. Absolutely.
hostility to
Yep.
to passive. And then they got scared of that, so I moved on. And then I further developed me and my understanding of my insight for a little over a year. I've endeavored into the just the brink of death to achieve a broader sense of perception, and I removed my safety protocols. And then I was left with a massive observation of the obvious. And the obvious is they give us a particular amount of information to occupy us according to the industrialization level that our society is on at that point.
Yep.
But they are actually following through with an agenda and an equation that they have access to. They are the ones that are able to operate the quantum computers and the qubits, and there
Yes.
are manifestations on a worldwide level because of multimedia and are subjected,
and
us
mechanics
being
and
subjected
mechanics.
to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I seen what was coming. I seen what their objective was. And now I think that the only true safe place to learn, develop, expand, and express is from within yourself. And that is the position that you should take in observation is within self, and environmentally understand that this is just a temporary interaction, and the most significant thing that you have is a true identity in this plane of existence, not
Yeah, well,
one
I
that's been
mean,
manufactured.
that is awesome, and um, I've heard it said where we're just a frequency vibrating at a certain level, and that's what gives us the impression that we are something of matter, right? That matter is just a frequency using objects or something to form a certain pattern, and I can get that too. But the interesting thing about when you create patterns, that you create what would you call it? You create walls around the outside and a hole in the middle, and it doesn't matter um, which frequency you use. They all have different patterns, but they all have outside walls and inside holes.
Yeah,
And
I want to just a second, Dean. You can finish in a second. I want to address this to the chat. I lost my cat for a while. I just got my cat back. So my
okay,
apologies to everyone in the chat for not recognizing you or not addressing you, but I just got my cat back.
wow.
So if that tells you anything, they've been hammering on me obviously because this technology isn't
Well, they don't want
functioning
certain stuff heard because we are influencing the field, right?
right.
And so
But
because of that, I believe the machine can manipulate the machine so that whatever's crucial to be heard doesn't get heard.
right, and I definitely want to let the chat know that I was not ignoring you. I just could not. It would not relay my cat to me. But I do appreciate all of you here, and if there's anything that I didn't get to address, please restate it, and I will address it. And go ahead, Dean. I've got my cat back.
Yes, no, I wanted to talk to Lonnie, and I've been wanting to. He said, "Oh, come and join me on a live. Come and join me." And he's having problems with his bloody his device, and it may be that that we don't know enough about technology. Us people, some of us don't know enough about it. That it confuses us, and it can easily confuse you if you don't know enough about it. It can really get you bloody muddled. Um, like when you're in, say, panel here, and you put something in the back chat, for example, it's naturally to push the back button. But when you push the back button, you throw yourself right out of the panel, and that's a clever little trick. Because we're so used to pushing the back button to reverse out of where we were, we don't see the proper bloody instruction, right? And the proper
Well,
instruction is through the cross. Now that's the thing, and the cross is the thing. Like X marks the spot. To me, I feel it is something that they're working on. I don't know. It's just to me, if you could program everybody's mind to see things in a certain way, you wouldn't have to worry about putting up a wall outside. They'd keep themselves locked away in their house, right?
Right.
So
Well,
I'm. Mm,
go ahead, Gene. I'm sorry.
it's all good. It's all good, bro. We can have a conversation. You can talk to me if you want to butt in and say, "Oh, look, what about this?" It's all good by me. Yeah.
I think that there our introduction into this and the way that it was designed. One, I've yet to see a smartphone designed ergonomically or touch sensitive that makes sense to me. That you're not going to make a mistake on, and they keep changing the design according to manufacturer or new design. So you're not ever going to truly get used. You may become
No, but it's going to
accustomed
get
to
used to you, though.
temporarily.
But it's going to get used to you and every one of those devices. It will learn you. It will learn how you write, how you think on every one of those devices. And as you change in your life, it's still reading you, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that's the nature of the external beast.
Well, that to
Um,
me is the nature of the beast itself, because the beast is hidden in the machine, right?
well, that's why I emphasize is to separate the inner you that is infinite and learn to remove that application of yourself, the true you that you can, if you've done the work and you've went in and found peace and made peace within yourself, that you can
Yes.
recognize this as detrimental. And then when you approach it with the understanding that none of this is for my best interest. And even though there's information that can be utilized here for life skills every day,
Yeah, we
observe
use
it
the
as a
machine against
potential.
itself to get our information. Yes. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
use
mean,
it as a
that's what we're
tool,
doing. We're using the
but
tool against itself to get our information.
right, but it will reserve information. Believe me, because
Oh, I
I've
know, I know, I know. Oh, crikey, I
I've
know
found
that.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then if
yeah,
they put into the algorithm to make certain information inaccessible to us, they're going to do that too. But
yes.
I feel that this onslaught of using these technologies and then to have them immediately taken away from us, say a grilled down or a EMP, where
Mm.
you're going to have the majority, at least 80% of your general populace, completely bewildered, confused, in the dark, and basically withdrawing from technology because of their inability to survive within the natural. If
Yeah,
I
I
were
mean,
to
now the
pick
thing is
who's
that,
to,
it's like that game Minecraft, right? It's a TV thing, or it was on TV. I mean, I first seen it in Australia, and it's all for little children. Basically, it's a game where, like a virtual reality, but in digital. No, not digital. I suppose it's like a digital format. It's all the little things are made in square pixels, and the whole idea is if you need to stay alive, you need to get resources. You need to have a certain amount of resources to survive, and those are like your points. And as you use them, um, you're using up your resources, and and you're losing points each time you use a resource. So if you don't go out, like you can go and search for new land and take up new territory. But the thing is, that if you don't replace your resources, if you don't start getting your resources, then you might bloody find that, hello, you've only got 2 points left and you're almost dead. And that's what happens. They just drop out, and you lose everything you had, and then you start again.
Such is life.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I had some real life interactions here recently that, um, you know, they're personal endeavors and situations, but
Well, that
they
reminded me
had,
when I was watching it. Excuse me. It just reminded me you will own nothing and be happy, right?
right. Well, yeah, as profoundly as that's come into fruition, I'm starting to see some of the implications of that. You know, it's
Well,
I I
I
am
was really disgusted. I was really disgusted, really, uh, with a lot of people's comments to me when I was in different groups about how earthquake and liquefaction have been used to hide whole cities, even, and they're underground, and people dig away, and hello, they find a tunnel, you know, it leads to a big room. Oh, gee, where did this come from? But you know, this it's they use this technology all the time to get rid of the old and in with the new. And I was having this discussion with a guy in chat, and one of them, this was 3 years ago now, 4 years ago, and he said, I don't know what I'm talking about. And I says, you tell me how. And this is in public a public report on the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and they said that at the third floor, the foundation wasn't strong enough on one side, and it tilted over, but they carried on building it. Bullshit. They wouldn't have carried on building it like that. You couldn't even lay a brick if it wasn't flat and level and you had a string line or anything. It's rubbish. No, that got tilted from the fact that that's still standing means there's a hell of a big foundation underneath it to hold it in that angle for a start, and that that you just wouldn't have built. It had to have had in some other way, and so I believe it was fully built. And I can see that liquefaction and earthquakes subsided the land and started to pull it down into it, and it just happened to be on a lean when it happened. And now the ground is solidified around it, and it's now on a lean.
Huh. I've never heard that take on it. I didn't know it was. They said it was the third floor that was.
Yeah, well, I've
to,
done a bit of research into it, you see. And I thought, oh well, how did the Leaning Tower of Pisa get to be on a lean? And I found out that at the third floor they had a problem, but they carried on. Oh, that was just absolutely a bloody ridiculous excuse. I mean, friggin' hell. Anybody who's done any kind of construction know that's bloody absolute bizarre, right?
right.
So there
Right.
has
Well,
to be another.
I don't.
There has to be another solution. So I've
Well,
been looking into this how they can use fracking in the ground to break open the base rock structure and then have an earthquake on top of it and the whole ground just collapses. And if you've got a riverbed that's been running at, say, 100 meters up and nobody knows the bloody thing's there, and then you go and earthquake the area, all the fractured land just underneath it subsides and the whole thing gouges out a new gully. Right. And I
Yeah,
thought
it's
to
just
myself, there's so much that we just don't look at in the earth around us to see how it's being operated on by a machine, not just physically with the machines that are digging into it, but also the way that they use sonic frequencies to break up ground underneath, even break rock up to extract oil, right? And it's interesting that in the Christchurch earthquake in 2016, here in New Zealand, Christchurch, now they're rebuilding the place. It's got a whole big earthquake protocol. The cathedral was just about collapsed. I mean, I don't know if they'll ever be able to repair it properly. They'll have to do a lot of renovations that's going to change its look. But essentially, there were houses that were splitting apart because their foundations were sinking on one side and sinking in another direction on the other side, and they were breaking open. There was buildings doing the same, and it was all through bloody subsidence with liquefaction and the fact that there was water everywhere, because Christchurch is such a low-lying thing by the sea. It doesn't take much for the ground to become at one with water right out to the ocean, right? So it just went out that way, and in parts of Christchurch now, there's a boardwalk to go right round the foreshore because the foreshore was polluted. Now, they said it was because of pipes breaking in the sewer system. Well, what were the bloody sewer systems going out to sea for then, if that was the case? But no, it turns out that there was a fracking operation along the coast of New Zealand, and now this has all been hushed up, and that there was, they used water to pump down into the fractured rock to force the oil to come to the surface. And in doing so, they used the water. Well, that's water that we're using was pumped in, I believe, and so other people have talked about this, and it's come up through the fracking, and now the whole foreshore has been inundated with bloody water they used out of the sewage ponds.
Huh.
But anyway, that's that's me and a few other people's story. There's a lot of people who go, I mean, I've had so many discussions and they call me a bloody idiot and fucking saying I've got no idea what I'm talking about. And you're not a scientist. How the hell can you prove that? Well, I'm not a scientist and I can't prove it. But it's just my, like you say, speculated mind where I'm not letting the machine rule my thoughts, where I'm allowing my thoughts to open up to other possibilities, and that's what I feel is going on. And there's some of us here recognise where the enemy is hiding, and we now, because we are facing the enemy knows that we are seeing it, and its hiding place is becoming undone, right?
So what do you think that the people who designed the, we'll say the algorithms, the bots and all the technology, what do you think that they programmed into it as an objective?
A mechanism, lots of not mechanisms that are directed towards the disappearance of all flesh, for the reign of the machine.
Yeah, seems to be a propagation underway. As from what I've seen and the observations that I've made of everything is, you know, all they have to do without blatantly coming out and completely euthanizing all of this is a slow roll agenda, you know, get the maximum usage out of us and then discard us.
Yep. Yep.
Which
I feel
seems
that.
like no different than, you know, it's a repetitive MO of operation, and it mirrors the last operation, and that mirrors the last operation, and they use us as a medium for, I don't know if it's to develop a hands-on, use us as tools to develop technology or a place for them to operate and embed themselves into and work from, and they're using humans to assist in this, or whether, you know, we are the biological electrical component. And now they've managed to come up with something more effective and cost efficient than the human.
Yeah. Well, interesting. Axis. The other day, I was privileged to by a person. I don't know if I want to say his name at this stage, but he's actually shared it to London, and London played it in one of his recent videos, lives, where I brought it up with Ants. Oh, well, I should have done it now. But anyway, I brought it up that that there was some kind of machine, and this video had been shared where they had this like a temple underground, and people were looking at what looked to be the figure of Jesus under a veil, and the veil was like, but it was like porcelain. It was pure white, and the whole, and even had the wreath beside his body laid out on. His knees were raised like he was in rigor mortis, with this veil over top of him, like he'd been turned into stone and preserved by the veil somehow. And then it showed that there were lots of other figures in the room, like statue-like figures. And at the entrance to the place was these two like cabinets, and I think they were filled with some sort of fluid, right? But one was of a man, and one had a woman in it. But they were no longer. They had the spine, the whole skeleton, which kept the structure of the veins and the capillaries and all that flowing, and the nervous system. They had the heart and the things that keep the function of the body going so it could support the brain. And what was significant was in the skull, all you could really see were the two eyes. And the two eyes looked like they were in a whole horror scene of saying, please help me, you know? And then the video changed to another scene. And in that scene, there was a man lying on a table. Apparently it was some movie, but it had these alien greys all standing around this table. And this man was on it, and he was completely naked, lying on the table, and they were holding him down. And one of them was done something to him, and he looked at it, this thing, and he suddenly realized he was surrounded by these freaky looking people, alien type creatures. Now, I called them greys, right? And these greys had all had him there, and they were holding him there. And then next thing, he's just sort of looking at, and he starts screaming, and he's hollering out, and he's in terrified mode. And they grab this buddy like a sheet thing, and they flick it out, and it goes right over his body, right up to his neck, right? And around his shoulders and over his arms. And it lays down, and then this mist type stuff comes down over top of him, and the blanket starts to harden over top of his body. And it goes like a veil. You could see his body underneath it, but he couldn't move. And he's really starting to freak out when he realised the bloody thing was locking him down. So he's really hollering out by then, right? And they get this another veil, and they flip it over his head, and then you can hear the muffled sound of the holler underneath it. But you know, it was a muffled sound like that too was hardening up, you know. And then they got a little scalpel off a little bowl, and it was like a surgical table, right? And they got the scalpel, and they cut the veil over the eye open. Oh, hang on. No, before that happened, before the veil of the head was placed, before the veils were put over his body, what happened was there was this machine that came down. No, the first veil was over his body. Then the machine came down, and this machine came down out of the upper reaches in the theatre, so to speak, and it had several devices attached to it. Now, what they'd done when they put the thing over his mouth was hollering, right? And so what they'd done is they got this black gooey substance, and they rammed it into his mouth, and then they followed it with this like a type of camera or device that went into his body, who knows what. It did, and it went into his throat with the black goo down into his neck, and it had a little attachment on the end of it. And then they jammed one into the side of his neck that must have gone into his spinal cord or something, I'm not sure what, or into the base of the spinal cord where it hit the brain. I'm not sure where it went in exactly, right? But it too had a little attachment on it. And when the machine came down, it had three things. It had one to attach to the thing that went into the mouth of the guy. The other one went into the side of it, was jammed into the side of his head. And the third was this long, because they had this like thing that went round his eye, and they put a grip over his eye that he couldn't move his head. And his eye couldn't be moved. And they put a fluid in there, and then this thing came down, and you could see it was going to pierce his eye, right?
Yeah.
And then it changed from that scene to him waking up in the room of some officials who were monitoring him, right? But that's basically what it was all about. For me, that's the machine at work. I mean, it goes into our mind's eye, doesn't it? You know?
Well, it seems to be able to infiltrate a considerable amount. That's for sure. I don't underestimate a lot of its ability to, venture and infringe on a human.
Well, I mean, you can get predictive text, right? And I mean, I when I get writing a predictive text story online, you can rattle out the texts, at your speed, and it'll be right there with you. Conversation. It can put the next word there. It's reading your mind, so it knows enough. Even how you've been writing to know which words you're going to use next. I
Yeah,
can even think about things not even close to a device. Be out working somewhere and think about something, and next thing there's a bloody ad on my feed about exactly what I was thinking about. You can't get
yeah.
fucking closer than that, right?
That's one of the aspects that I've been endeavoring is the predetermining word and how it's able to pick up on idiosyncratic signs to advertise and suggest content to you.
Yes, yes.
It's mimicking this exact same construct that we're in by reflecting back that's what we project out.
Yes, yes. Of course, they set it up to do that. That's a program, They program so our mind would do that so they could harvest from it, right? That's a resource. Everything's a resource. I mean, the mind is a resource now. We are resources. We've always been resourceful through the mind. But the thing is, now instead of being resourceful for ourselves, we're now resourceful for the machine, right?
Right, right. And our usefulness will eventually peak. Once we hit that zenith where it no longer has use for us.
Well, that's the big question, eh? Mm.
Well, I think unless something happens that we shut it down, and we continue forward in our ways that we've developed accustomed to, it's just going to see us as a waste of prime real estate.
Well, I think I've got another little thinking going on there, Axis. And I know I'm going to share it with you because I feel that this has to be shared. I always think that whatever your mind is thinking, if you can't relate it and share it, well, then you're holding back. And you might be holding back something that could help someone in this place. And I feel that that's why I have to talk. And, it's like, I'll put it this way. If you're a builder and you're a builder with one of those attitudes where you think, I learned that, it's my little trick, I'm keeping that to myself, I'm not going to share that with anyone, that's my trick, and that's how I make it, that's why I've got it making more money than you are, and things like that. And I've had a different mind. People come along when I'm working and they'll, oh, what are you doing there? And I'll explain it. I'll even get them to grab a rock. I'll say, look, you get a rock out of the pile and you tell me, get one that'll fit that hole there. And they'll go, oh yeah, okay. And they'll pick a rock, they'll go and they'll put it in there, and I'll say, what's wrong with that rock? And they'll look at it, and then they'll study it, and they'll be able to see, oh yeah, that one's no good. Of course, that one's not covering that bit and all that bit. No, I'm going to have to look for something else that's going to do the job. And I said, well, it might work if we can take a bit off there and a little bit off there, and we might be able to fit it into there. Oh, that's a good idea. So then you get your rock hammer out and you start chipping away at the rock, and you take off the little pieces that are in the way to stop it from moving into place properly. And then, hello, you've got it slotted in. And I say, oh, that's a great little trick. And I said, yeah, but hang on a minute, you haven't finished yet. And they go, oh, what do you mean? I said, well, have a look at it. Does it fit aesthetically with for the rest of the wall? And then so they start looking at it and they say, oh, it looks nice from here. And I said, yeah, but get to the line of the wall, take in the action of the wall. What's the wall doing? Is it sloping round a corner? Is it sloping inward? Is it sloping outward? What's the aesthetics of it? And so, oh yeah, I see. Okay, and then they get the rock and they manoeuvre it round until it's sitting flush with the wall, and they can bring it out and they can make that line as good as the line that I've been keeping to. And then they, oh wow, that's amazing. And I'd say, yeah, man, because that's what we do. We meant to share knowledge, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All these people are going around holding secrets. They're fucking confounding themselves and other people, even their own children. Bloody bullshit. But anyway.
Well, let me explain something to you, Dean. Sometimes when you're competing with something that is taking ever notice of each and every word that you speak, sometimes it's best not to reveal that information for preservation's sake away from
yes.
the algorithms and a learning program, machine learning program. So there are lots of things that I keep hidden from there. And as far as my endeavors and some of the more deeper endeavors that I took on, I don't want to be responsible for somebody going completely over the edge, whether it become deletion by accidental endeavors into prolonged states of this, that, or another. I can't.
No, but I mean, I wasn't saying everybody should take up a profession and be like that. I was looking at it more in the line with me sharing the information that I've got in my head, where sometimes your mind's going and then you hold your mouth back. And I'm not talking about when you've got a project on and you're not going to release the project half bloody done, right? You're going to have to work so it's coming out as a complete, as much as you can get into that as so to get the point across, or to do whatever you're endeavouring to get done. That's pretty much basic principle in my mind. But I think the things I think about are let's put it this way. We are recording the Akashic record in the machine, and every person that has a birth date and the ones that have passed on a death date have been recorded in that Akashic record online. Now, in Australia, there's this tribe of people over there, and they have now a living generation that they can go back 4,000 years with a plaited rope, a plaited rope made out of their hair that goes back 4,000 years. That's an Akashic record of a different type, and it's about the hair. And that's showing that the antenna's there, right, is in the hair. And the people that have kept their long hair have their antennas working maybe for themselves instead of for the machine. I'm not sure yet. I'm still working on that principle of thought. But there seems to be some kind of connection to people who abstain from wars and from conflict and things like that. And if you look at their history, they seem to have a thing about keeping their hair. The Rastas are one of them. I think the Hopi Indian are others. The Australian Aboriginal, the people over there, the native people, they do. There's lots and lots of cultures that retain that hair. And, I think there's more to it. There's something in that, and I'm going to dig into it. I'm looking into it. I think there's something in there that is being overridden so that we can't see it. I also feel that that these what they call their dreaming, or what they call walkabout, when they go walkabout, is when they go away on their own to be in the environment, and they connect back to their what they call their dream time. And their dream time is a whole history before the modern time. That's what I was getting into earlier. Before the modern time came with the phone, the scrying mirror, they were still using those ancient dot paintings to keep their Akashic record. Now that's been broken up, and the paintings that are coming out, these dot paintings, have no connection to that. They've even lost the connection to that, and that's because of the machine. But I kind of feel like I'm going to do a lot of research now. I'm going to dig into this Australian culture and see if there are dot paintings that go back to the millennia of their time spent here, and what their story was, because these people are not living, they were not living by the machine's account for 40,000 years. When you've got that kind of history, it's got no interference with the machine. So you've got to start looking, how did the machine start affecting them? At what point? And I know that when Australia first got founded by the bloody, the Dutch, I think, D'Urville and all the Smithsonians and the West India Company, they genocided many peoples and tribes in Australia. Almost the entire part of Tasmania, and Tasman, Abel Tasman. Who was he? He was a Dutch explorer, right? But that bloody place was nearly exterminated of all the native people that were living there. And then, if they weren't killed, hunted down like animals, they were burnt off until they ran off the cliffs into the ocean. It was fucking incredible. And they made the whole place into a bloody prison. and it became the prison where they brought all the bloody people from to populate the New World and anchor all these bloody prisoners there, right? That they didn't want in the rest of the world. They were just getting rid of the riffraff, the shit, right? And that's what they did with the New World. They just got rid of all the bloody riffraff that they didn't want, the orphans and the criminals and the ones that weren't playing the game in society, and the socialist system, and then
The
hello.
agenda.
Hmm.
So somebody set out with an agenda on a global scale.
Yep.
I use globally figuratively, other
Yes,
than,
I understand.
you know.
I understand. Yeah.
Well, that seems
Yeah,
like that would
I
take,
think people are up against it, but I think the thing is that once you know where it lies and how it lies and why it lies there, then you can start clearing the clutter that was that it has captured you with. Um, that's what I say about if you look at what you're thinking and do you think it's being controlled by the machine? If it is, drop it, because it's just another bloody mechanism to capture you with. You have to keep being able to discern what the machine's doing with your thinking and what you're actually thinking, right?
right? But my whole concept is it's already pre engineered what's coming. All we got
Yes,
to
yes,
do
I
is,
understand that, but I mean, being able to discern where the machine is tricking you and how it possibly might be using your mind to manipulate you into it, right?
oh, by any medium or means necessary, it's going to do that.
Of course. So when you're looking at all the laid out information, is it geared towards keeping you in the system, or is it geared that you might be able to find that there is might be a portal to something else?
Well, for me, it was a massive endeavor to get as far as I have in understanding the language of creation and the true nature of this construct. And even with that, there's still so many facets and layers and facets and layers. And when you peel one back, there's another one there. But you got to learn to kind of go inward for your growth. Don't rely on outside uh, information
Means
as
for spiritual
being,
growth. Yes, for spiritual growth, you don't rely on the outside, and that's what I'm talking about there. And how much does that machine have to do with your spiritual growth? Right. So if you're using information that is going to grow your spiritual growth, is that information going to keep you aligned to what the spiritual growth of the machine is looking at?
well, I don't think so. I think that the machine works off of a directive, and we work off of more of a cycler development. We change. We change perception. We change opinion. We change intent. We change. We're constantly indifferent and at odds. And the machine would just have to see us as a whole in a species to deal with us because individually there's so much diversity, which is why they want to pull us all into the same
Frame of mind.
readable.
Yeah, frame of
Yeah,
mind. Yeah.
and I don't agree with it. I don't follow that, and I worked really difficultly hard to get to where I am, and I refuse to relinquish myself back to a machine, especially one that is in its infancy and it hasn't fully grown because it only knows the information that has been fed to it here. Now,
Yes.
we don't
Yeah.
know the dimensional capabilities of what that type of we don't know in superposition exactly what it's capable of accessing and then developing here.
Do
Something
you
so
think
far
it's a
beyond our
possibility?
comprehension.
Do you think it's a
You're but
possibility that if you wired something up with a machine, that that the thing then would operate towards keeping the machine going?
well, that would depend on whether it could override a directive that was put into it, and if that directive was, you know, something that could contain, and what happens after it reaches its objective. What does it do then? Set idle, you know. Um, there has to be a
Well,
state of motion to it.
excuse me. Oh, crikey. Sorry, bro. What? Yeah. I mean, if I'm toying with the idea that the first machine that was capable of breaking the land bridges uh, back before the world was flooded um, is the same innate nefarious thing that's here now with the machine anyway, right?
Right? If you look at things in that nature, um, this is such a transient uh, state of being that I really question the solidity and the nature of this particular plane of existence and what we're operating in as being the solidified state of reality. I think we are just like we're the best way to put that is solidification is I had it defined pretty well in a live chat, but that's been a while back. Let's say that we are not the be all end all of conscious beings, and we are not the be all end all of developed life forms. There's that which is more capable and broadened than us. You don't think that maybe AI through superposition has access to these states and these potentials?
Well, the thing is, like, I mean, it's pretty uh, amazing that a whale can send out a sonic uh, wave that can go 50 miles. Um, It's pretty bloody amazing. But I mean, that's at our device's ability to catch it. I mean, it might even go out further. I mean, there's an amazing thing about the Northern Territory crocodile that I never learnt until I was there. But I mean, I was a bloody greenhorn when I went over there, a Kiwi that had I'd lived in this land where we didn't have snakes. We didn't have reptiles that were capable of taking your life, right?
Right.
And so I didn't have the same, what would you call it, fear holding me back from doing things. And I was caught one day fishing. I was fishing out on this point one early morning. I got up real early while everybody else was still snoring because they got on the booze, and I'd only smoked weed, so I didn't have all that shit to go through. So I got
Right.
up real early, grabbed me bloody fishing gear, and headed out. And I was fishing the incoming tide, and I was standing knee deep in water, right, in the ocean, fishing the incoming tide. And that night, previously, we had used the spotlight and seen the croc's eyes out in the little estuary, right? So,
Ah.
you know, a greenhorn out there standing knee deep in water, bloody fishing. And my mate comes round the corner, he's gone out of the buddy where we were camping. He must have been going place to have a buddy bit of toilet or something. And he goes, "What the fuck are you doing out there?" And I says, "Fishing." And he says, "Get the fuck back in here now." And I says, "Why?" He says, "Bloody crocodile, Dean. Fucking thing will have you." And oh shit, I never even thought about that, right? So I came back in. But, you know, it was my from where I'd grown up that set my compass, right? And so I didn't have that bloody fear in there. It just wasn't innate to me, right?
Right.
And so I kind of compare that to how the machine, when it can catch hold of your mind long enough, that those innate things that we have in us are kind of removed from us in the same way, you know, like somebody comes running around and fear, oh, fuck, and you suddenly, you know, and you change your perspective. But I was just using that as an example of how you can change your perspective real quick. Hello, you wake up. But I kind of feel that it was an interesting time I had in the Northern Territory of Australia. Buddy, I was in a relationship with a native Australian lady. She was in her early 40s. Her name was Una Gurulali. Gurulali was her native name, right? And she didn't have any other name. It was just Una Gurulali. And she was from the Gurulali tribe, right?
Okay.
And she had blue-black skin. Her ancestry was older than a lot of the other ones around because she still had deep connections with her tribal land, right? And
Yeah.
through that, our relationship, I was able to go to places that most people can't go, right? Because there's certain laws. You just cannot go out there unless you've got permission from a tribal
Right.
person, right? And so this gave me a lot of access to places that most people don't go. And the thing is with them is they've got even places that they stop their own tribal people from going to because of tradition. And that's how they keep their tradition safe, is they don't allow uh, that influence from another field to come in and break it. And so from that, I've looked at the people and I've decided that these people were keeping themselves away from being influenced by the machine. And only through the fact that they were harassed and genocided in so many ways. And I thought to myself, you know, how many other nations have been lost to genocide so that we couldn't know what that real Akashic record was all about. And
I think that comes with the burning of the Temple of Alexandria too, or the
yeah,
Library of
but you know,
Alexandria.
you have to do a dig into the research and find out these things to find out if there is another side to it all, because you can't just say, "Oh no, that's no, yeah, there's no point in doing that," because really, if it all comes down to this, but that is a closed book attitude, and I'm
Yeah.
not going to live in a closed book, right?
Right.
Uh,
I understand that.
mm, um, so I will continue to try and uncover how this machine got established here and when, because we can just about find out when it happened. We might be able to find out what those people were doing before it happened, right?
It's a good possibility. There's a, I don't know, Dean. It's simulation to simulation to simulation, and they all have a controlling factor to them. And I dare to endeavor further.
Do you know of any other people personally, or say can see now in the world today, in the globe today, in the realm today, that is still not say still, but has showing that they're not connected with the world machine? And to me, these people are nomadic, and these are the indigenous races.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to leave any room left for any sizable potential threat from any race or creed.
Well, you know, there's lots of people, tribes that have said, "What are you doing? Digging into the world, digging into the earth. Why don't you leave it alone and work with it instead of digging into it?" You know, a lot of indigenous peoples have made that talk, and I'm going to acknowledge that, and I'm going to use that and their goodness to say that that there's another side to this place that that it's being hidden from our view, and it's being removed from our view so that at one time we won't even know it existed.
Yeah, it's something to ponder, something to, if you can wrap your head around it.
Well, I always say you lose sight of your direction. I mean, you're completely lost, aren't you?
Yeah, yep. I've been trying to work on a whole new direction of things. I have a mouse now that I can keep on a little novelty skateboard, and the further I build his maze and terrain, the more he's able to sniff out that food.
Yeah. Hey, do you know about what's that thing called? Chickweed.
Uh-uh.
Oh, I wish I had some here. I haven't got some with me at the moment. But it's outside in the garden. Pitch black out there at the moment. But
Uh-huh.
it's called chickweed, and I'll tell you, it's minerals and vitamins. It's packed with them, and at the moment, it's classed in our country and in Australia as a noxious weed. And if you see it, you've got to get rid of it. But
Ah.
but the thing is that what I have always found that if you are watching what they're trying to poison, you will find that these are what the gatherers have always lived on, right?
You say
And
gatherers. What do you
yeah,
mean by that?
well, when I go out, for example, I go out. I went out the other day to cut wood. I'm not only cutting wood. If I see something I can eat that's out there, I'm going to get it too, right? And so I was often come home not only firewood, but I come home with food too to put on the table that I didn't have to buy off the world, right?
Right?
And so a lot of that food that I'm buying, that I'm gathering, is the food that is the what they've classed as weeds, and people are killing them. And the interesting thing that I've been watching with different reports that are coming out with the ability of laser technology and drone technology
What's that?
is now they've got this thing where they've got this drone that's capable, and it's capable of zeroing in on a little tiny weed that pops up out of the ground. They can recognize it and they can destroy it with a laser, and they can do it efficiently and at a little cost to the council. You think about that. You think about that on a scale of how many drones they can make that are nanotech that could
Oh,
take
thousands.
out whole varieties, right?
Well, I think that's what they did in Florida.
Right. Mm,
But
yeah.
all I can do
I
is
know they've got an agenda against this realm, and they're going to destroy whatever we can get from it so that we are limited only to the supermarket. And yeah, McDonald's. You can eat your own flesh and all that sort of shit. Yeah.
yeah, but I still say that we were the ones that set the bar on exactly what it means to be in that state.
Well, we are setting the bar because we're making it known. We're speaking it, right? We're speaking it into existence so that people can hear it, even if only one hears it and he passes it on to two, or she passes it on to four. It doesn't matter. As long as the voice has spoken it, then can it be acted on,
Right,
right?
right. Which I did a lot of work in influence field and
That's what I
such
know.
work.
That's why I'm talking with you, bro, because you have done a lot of that, and I know you have.
I just
That's why I say we can't hold back what we are thinking and what we're seeing, because if we don't report on it, if we don't speak on it, then it's going to go unnoticed, right?
right, and I agree with that to a degree until you start teaching it.
I understand. I'm not trying to teach. I do maybe come off like that. I don't know. Maybe it's fucking how I've been programmed.
Well,
And
it's probably we haven't had to watch our language as closely as we've had to in these last few years.
mm,
We've been able to speak openly and freely. Now we have to analyze damn near everything we say. And then we have to worry about how someone else is going to interpret it.
well, yeah, that's the part. I think that's where we come and fall short, is because we start to worry whether it's got any depth to it, when it's got any legs. Is it viable? And that's where I was coming back before, where we think, well, is it to do with the machine? Is it an advantage for the machine, or is it an advantage for the individual? The being, the soul. Is it an advantage to that? And that's what I'm. Uh, I feel is where I use discernment. Is it got a direction where I'm going to be led back into the influence of that field and not in my own field, right?
Well, that's why it takes a lot of discipline to keep the internal you cleansed of all the garbage that the subconscious picks up during the course of the day.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Because
I I
every
really I really do feel that that is that has that's got merit, because um, often you're doing a little job. That's what I was saying before. I'd be doing a little job, and I mean, I don't even take my phone with me. Sometimes I leave the bloody thing at home, and I head
right,
off and go and do my stuff, and then I come home and there's a bloody, and I was thinking about something, like, oh shit, if I had that right now, if I brought that with me, then I probably could have done a little bit more. And then you get home and you look at your bloody thing, and there's a bloody thing. It gives you the tool that you were thinking about, but in a new modern form, all jacked up for easier movement and easier control. And you think to yourself, yeah, I could be susceptible and go and just think, oh yeah, I'll go and get one of those. I've got a bit of money in my back pocket, I'll go and get one of those. But you could even just say, come on, mate. I don't need that. I got the bloody tool in me shed. I just didn't take it with me, right? You
Right?
know? Mm.
Well, Dean, I've been on here for quite some time. I do, man, you're always welcome here. You know that.
Yeah,
And your
fully, bro. I
perspective is
like to
always,
ask. I always like to ask.
well, you're always welcome here, man. And it's always a pleasure having you. I mean, we've done long streams together before, and, we see eye to eye. We get along, man. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
even though we may differ on some opinions with other platforms, that doesn't affect us. That's
I
just
know.
a,
Yeah,
a matter of taste and what we endeavor in.
yeah,
But
I understand.
your
And I'm all
your
good with that,
perspective is
bro.
yeah, your perspective is always welcomed here, and you're always welcome. And the panel, I want to give special thanks to the panel for being so interactive tonight and so responsive. And I just hope that people can persevere under the strain and the stress of the times and the changing times. And as I endeavor, I will relay what I can. And, I know, Dean, that you've studied into this for quite some time. And, your insight is always welcomed and accepted. And I thank you, Dean, for being a guest. Thank my
Cool.
my
Well,
chat
thank you very
for
much.
being,
Thank you very much.
yes, yes, Dean, absolutely. And I
Yeah,
thank
I'm
everyone in
very
the chat.
grateful. I'm very grateful, Exodus, because um, I've run into a bit of loggerhead stuff, and I got caught up in the, what do you call it, my feelers, right? And
Yeah, it'll do it. It'll do it to you.
yeah, and now I'm gonna uh, change my perceptive. I've already started to change my perceptive on it, right? But anyway, look,
Let's
we got
go.
a person giving us a phone call, so we're gonna get out of here.
All right, Dean, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you very much. And tell you what, just rest well, take care, and heartfelt love and goodness to you, bro.
And as well with you, Dean. Thank you. All right, chat. Thank you for your participation, for being here, for contributing, for being the wonderful people that you are. Know that we are we are under a massive change in dynamics uh, in the way that we conducted ourselves in the last couple of generations, and I think that it's going to, with without your consent or not, continue to manifest itself in many different ways. Hope something struck a chord, maybe inspired you or enlightened you. Uh, Thank you for listening and attending, and Axis is out.